Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the NRG Series. I am Matt Bamonte. It's probably been a while since you've seen my face, unless you checked this out yesterday and hung out with doing some interviews with the players. We are set to go early this morning to bring you the semifinals and the finals of our modern event, as well as some Pioneer in just a bit. And joining me this morning is going to be Drake Sasser, back at it again. So, Drake, how are you doing today?
I'm doing awesome, Matt. How you doing this morning?
I'm pretty good. It's early, but I'm pumped to watch. You know, when I asked about doing coverage this weekend, I said, you know what, I'm cool to do that. It's no big deal. It's been a little bit, but I know what's going on. And they welcomed me back with three four-color Urian decks in the semifinals this weekend. So that deck, I know it's like a lot of people are pretty down on it. We've talked about getting rid of Urian and stuff like that, but the deck's really powerful and has so many choices.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's really it's a cool deck too. Like it has a lot going on. Just having like access to so many different colors, being very non-traditional from the normal 60 card experience, I think is also rather novel. So people can hate on it because of its whatever its presence in the meta game and
Sure.
how repetitive it is in performance. But overall, I think it's a really neat deck to exist. And honestly, I don't mind watching it. I love watching
Yeah.
expressive iterations all day.
It's a lot. It's a lot. So we're gonna get to the bracket here, kind of see how we got to where we are right now in the tournament. There are four players left here. Mainstays on our circuit. Jesse Robkin just won a team tournament actually with Zach Allen. So it's kind of a teammate battle here on the left side of our bracket. And that's a four-color blink mirror match, as well as Josh Warsaw playing four-color blink. Real good choice for the weekend apparently. And then Nicholas Bradley on Izzet Murktide, which I think is a deck that plays pretty decent against four color blink. Again, they have a lot of things like Solitude to get rid of your Murktides and stuff like that. But if you're going to have a chance counterspelling their big payoffs and things like that, I think it's kind of where you want to be in this matchup.
For sure. A lot of times that Izzet Murktide deck has a little bit more efficient cards and has the ability to more or less get underneath the more expensive but powerful cards in the four-color blink deck. So there's definitely a back and forth there. And, things like play draw and hand composition do play a big part. But like you said, obviously the four-color blink deck had an incredible showing here in the top four of our Lansing NRG Modern Trial.
Yeah, absolutely. Drake, I don't know if anyone asked you yesterday, if you were to show up to this tournament yesterday, what would you have played?
Yeah, so I talked about it a little bit, but didn't really go into too much detail. I mentioned I would probably either play Four Color Blink or the Living End deck. I think both those decks are incredibly potent. I think that they take very different angles, so it would very much depend on how I thought I could show up certain matchups and stuff like that. But to me, those are the two most impressive decks that we've seen in this current modern format. Living End, it's hard to deny its power. And in the four color deck, it's hard to deny its consistency, right? And
Yeah,
certainly its power as the game goes on.
yeah. You mentioned efficient decks. Death Shadow is something that's always near and dear to my heart. I don't know that it's great right now, but that deck seemed like it was doing pretty well for a little bit throughout the day. Obviously, you run into enough solitudes; it's pretty tough to come back from stuff like that. Uh, I saw a mill deck doing well, but obviously quite difficult to mill an 80 card deck. So I don't know. I don't know if I could bring myself to play the blink deck myself. I think Death Shadow is probably an okay choice. Obviously, things like Hammer did pretty decent yesterday too. It'll be interesting to see if the meta shifts to adapt more towards four color blink, or if it's something that's just kind of unassailable. Really, it's pretty tough to play around. There's just so many cards, so many choices, and they have infinite options. Just being your index. So, at any rate, enough of me talking about nonsense. We're gonna get down to the players, the last four. So let's jump on down to our first semifinal match. All right, on the left, you see Zach Allen and Jesse Robkin on the right there. So they're obviously no strangers to the feature match area. And I assume that they're playing pretty close to the same deck list. I'm going to check it out here now, see what differences there might be. But what do you think is like
Yeah,
the best way to start out in this matchup?
This matchup I think is very much about hitting your early land drops. Red and six, kind of undeniably the best card for getting that done in the early turns for the four color blink deck. Both of these players, were on the same team in winning the NRG Minneapolis at the end of the last season. So you have to imagine these players have worked together in some capacity. But a
Right.
card I spy in Zach Allen's deck that I think might give him a little bit of an edge here in this semifinals match is the main deck copy of Emrakul the Promised End that he can find with his Eladamri's Call. I have to imagine that's a mirror breaker in the main deck for this four color blink matchup, and we'll see if that's how this game can play out as the game goes along.
Oh wow, yeah. Emrakul in the main deck is definitely a choice. Obviously, it means you expect a lot of this four-color blink deck. I watched Skylar Warfield do a use one against Sean Gallagher. Sean Gallagher was like this incredible state. He had like an Omnath, two Planeswalkers, and and Skylar played an Emrakul, and then just totally reversed the fortune of the game. Unfortunately, a little behind, but it does some damage like when you get it out there. So.
Oh yeah, for sure. I have to say, I appreciate Jesse's choice in triomes. It makes it so much easier. Joe talks about it all the time when he's on the cast, but he's an old man. What's your opinion on the alternate arts? We've seen some of the new Capenna ones and the full arts triomes. What do you like the alternate art stuff? Is that for you?
You know what? It's not for me, but it's for other players, and that's okay. I joke around with people sometimes that have, like the forest that has like a million words on it. I don't even know what that set that's from, but I told them you're shadow banned from coverage if you use those. It's harder on us because there's a million different arts, and it's like, what is that? I don't know what that is, and like they're like, isn't that
Yeah,
your job
no.
to know all the cards? Like, okay, well I can't know 65 printings of the same forest.
Yeah, no kidding. There's like made coverage just like inherently harder with the output of cards, just needing to know absolutely everything. But
Yeah,
it's also kind of fun because you get to learn some new cards while we're at it. As
yeah.
Jesse fetches up a different triome.
It's
This
either
one
you get
I'm
to
going to
learn the
take
new
the top.
cards or you get to look like an idiot in front of Twitch chat and they correct you and tell you that you've been saying that's the Steam vents and it's the stomping ground for half an hour.
For sure. Twitch chat, of course, we wouldn't be here without them gracefully correcting us in the most polite manner possible.
Yeah,
Thank
Twitch
you,
chat
Twitch chat.
notoriously forgiving Twitch chat. So thanks everybody for hanging out with us this morning. So Jesse's off to a pretty good start here. Abundant growth, three lands, all the colors, and then that's probably the best you can do unless you're going to start off with a turn two planeswalker.
For sure. Yeah, that's what we were talking about early on. Neither player supporting a Ren and 6 here. Doesn't necessarily mean neither player has one. Do keep in mind, I believe Counterspell present in both decks could be, representing Counterspell and needing to try to juke and jive to maybe play your Ren and 6 with a little bit of backup. So, even though they're making both their land drops, I believe that's the position they both want to be in. But it doesn't necessarily mean they don't have any Planeswalkers, maybe not really ready to fight over one quite yet. Here's an expressive iteration from Zach Allen.
Yeah, interesting. I know like conventional wisdom says not to fight over cantrips like expressive or like brainstorm ponder and things like that, but Jesse goes ahead and fires off a counterspell into that expressive iteration.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, does that mean Zach missed a land drop then?
Yeah,
As Jesse plays Eternal Witness to return a land of her own in order. And this shows how important it is to hit your land drops in this matchup. She was willing, like you said, to prioritize countering the cantrip, stop that land from happening, and then willing to commit an Eternal Witness just to hit her own land drop.
yeah. I was kind of thinking, this has kind of been like draw go land go matchup, and I was wondering if maybe I don't know if that's the standard way this matchup goes, but it looks like they're willing to play that way and just kind of hit cantrips, hit their land drops, and see where it goes from there.
Yeah, for sure. And Zach had things like Icefang Quaddle and Instep to help hit land drops. And Jesse does need to be somewhat conscientious that if Zach is missing land drops, obviously his hand is all spells, and he still has 4 mana. That's plenty to cast a lot of the very powerful spells. My understanding of this matchup, though, is the crux of the game. What decides the game as time goes on, in addition to hitting your land drops, is controlling the damage that the card Omnath Locus of Creation can do, because that's
Sure.
the card that really begins to snowball the game, especially in the mirror match.
Yeah, definitely. It gains you life. It's drawing you cards. It's doing tons of stuff. Gets you way ahead on mana, and looks like Jesse's gonna hit. That's pretty important. This Ren and six if they're gonna play land go, and Zach agrees and goes ahead and puts a counter spell on the stack.
Yeah, as we mentioned, Ren and Six, one of those cards that you kind of want to slip in through counterspell. Zach having already, had one of his spells counterspelled, his turn to go ahead and fire one off on the Ren and Six.
Yeah.
So both players kind of trading on resources here a little bit.
You think
Eladomri's
Eldamri's
call. What
call?
are we grabbing with this?
Yeah, I was gonna say I think it's too early for an Emrakul, especially based on how many lands Zach has. I would assume it's just Omnath here to try and start the engine up. That looks
Looks
like
like I think that's one of his eternal witnesses. He has the
yes.
other art.
You see,
So
we're going to the test early. It is 8:25 a.m. Central Time for me, and we are going to alternate arts already. So that is an eternal witness. So I do know that one. I'm doing pretty good on cards so far.
Yes, there you go. We got it. And
How about
there
that?
is the Chris Ron artwork of Eternal Witness. Does come in old border if that's your thing. It's my thing. I prefer the old border copies. Get it together, Zach. Powerful 2/1. Been present for a long time. Extremely powerful alongside Ephemerate in these 4-color blink decks to give them somewhat of a trump card in the late game when it comes to having a top end.
Yeah, certainly the reason why you play this card in your deck is because of Ephemerate and just the snowballing advantage that it gives you.
For sure. Looks like Zach went ahead and found Eternal Witness and passed the turn. Jesse untapped, looked like drawn and passed. I didn't even see a land drop played, and another in-step Ice Fang Quaddle for Zach. Looking for a 5th land. Does not find one as we attack for 2.
Yeah, we're setting up to be a long game here.
Well, if both players are stumbling on mana, yeah, we're gonna trade a little bit on Ice Fangs. Does Jesse have to start getting worried about this clock that Zach is assembling with all these Ice Fangs?
Yeah, like dropping people with the with the flyers is a pretty decent strategy. I saw that happen quite a bit yesterday as well.
Yeah, Zach has a couple copies of Lightning Bolt. Looks like in his list, one represented in hands, Solitude, and a host of other spells among the mix as well. Both players doing a good job keeping Ren and Six off the table here. Going to go ahead and Lightning Bolt Eternal Witness, and Ephemerate is the response from Jesse. That can't be good for Zach. Going to respond with a Solitude. That one's going to exile. Looks like Prismatic Ending didn't get a great look.
Yep, that one's prismatic ending. I think this is a great use of resources for Zach to force Jesse's hand. If you have, if you think she has Ephemerate, I mean, the Eternal Witness is pretty important for Jesse to get back in it. And the Lightning Bolts is for Zach really not that important. So if you think you can force Jesse's hand to get an Ephemerate out, I think this is a great exchange for Zach.
Absolutely, especially with Zach missing land drops, right? Like I think he made this play to bolt the Eternal Witness just to prevent himself from moving to discards. And now, trading like a little bit more cards that maybe aren't the most premium in the matchup, the things like the removal spells that normally, are going to trade down on cards anyway, are able to trade with Jesse's resources, and that way Zach doesn't have to end up, moving to discards and losing out on card advantage.
Yeah, most
Looks
definitely.
like Eternal Witness, the follow-up, and dress down the response from Jesse. So even more of a fight here.
Yeah, so there's dress down, gonna put a stop to that Eternal Witness. So an interesting trading of resources from both players here.
For sure. And that's why we saw Zach Allen not necessarily cast the second copy of Lightning Bolt. Could have done a little bit better on cards. Instead, cast the Eternal Witness to recoup a little bit of the card disadvantage from pitch casting Solitude. Teferi going to enter play and return Eternal Witness to hand. Got a card coming there. Looks like Jesse does find a land. Going to shock that one in. Temple Garden, it looks like.
And Jesse's really far ahead on lands here, and and the Urian looms large also, and she has that abundant growth sitting on that on her land there. So it's on Zach here to kind of get back in it. It looks like he picked up a Ren and Six, which is a super good pickup.
Yeah, I think that's a really nice one, especially because it can down tick, right? Like the play pattern from Jesse here, she played this Teferi Time Raveler and then bounced an Eternal Witness, putting it to 1. And then there's an Ice Fang on board that looks like it can threaten to pick off the Teferi. An interesting play pattern that maybe suggests that she has some sort of follow-up to play to keep her Teferi around.
It looks like Prismatic Ending off the top there. She launched, I think that was a March of the Otherworldly Light to get rid of the Ice Fang also. So.
Yeah, and then
Players
Prismatic
back.
Ending to clean up the Ren. Good
Yeah,
trade on resources from Jesse.
players back at parity. Jesse goes in and puts Urian in hand. So kind of a little fist bump there from fist bump from Zach. He's got a grip full of cards, 6 cards, I believe, in hand.
Yeah, Abundant Growth. That could find a land potentially, and it looks like it does. Scalding
Sure
Turn the
did.
pickup for Zach Allen. Finally beginning to hit some land drops again.
And Zach up to 5 cards in hand. Jesse has 1 in Urian, and Zach is yet to put the Urian in his hand.
Eternal Witness. See, this is where maybe bouncing that Eternal Witness with the Teferi could come back to bite you. That card, very powerful due to its enters the battlefield effect. Teferi basically allowing you to redo that one. Obviously, Jesse's interested in getting the board clear, but it does come at a cost. And now that things have settled a little bit, that Eternal Witness is able to come back down, pick up an Express iteration, and threaten to maybe pull Zach ahead here.
Yeah, this is not the most powerful Urian I've seen enter the battlefield. And just going to go ahead and blink just that 1 permanent, the Abundant Growth.
All right, Matt. I have to ask you: is it Yorian or Urian, like Orion?
Ah, this is
Where are
so
we at?
hard. This is such a
Is there
hard
an official
question.
pronunciation guide?
I'm sure that there is somewhere and someone's going to scream at me in all capital letters in Twitch chat. I think it's Yorian. I
Well,
don't
I'm
know
not
if
here to
it's
scream at you.
Yorian.
I'm asking legitimately. I have no idea.
I don't know. I think it's Yorian, but I could be wrong. I'm happy to be wrong, actually. So,
Fair enough.
see someone on Twitch, your Eon.
Your Eon. Ooh.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's different than I think both Yorian and Urian. It's your Eon.
It's
Okay.
Flying Bird.
Sky Noodle.
I
Either
like that.
way,
That's a good one. That's a good one in chat. Yorian, more like Boreon. That's a good one. Now that's classic.
yeah, you're not into this kind of magic? Is this not? Yeah,
Uh,
I guess you said you didn't like 4-color too much when we were
I
talking
am
about
I
decks this
am
earlier.
not a forest guy, so
No, really, no forests for you.
I
Okay.
am like minimal permanence guy.
Oh, really? So like a storm kind of guy? You don't like to cast a bunch of spells and then tendrils of
Yeah,
agony somebody or something?
just I there's too many lands in play and I get distracted.
So do you not like Commander either? All the permanents and all that kind of stuff? What do you're not
No,
into that?
never.
All
No,
right,
never.
all right, all right. Just wondering. Solitude going to go ahead and get rid of that 4/5 flyer. We've seen Yorian represent your Eon represent an incredible threat even in the mirror match. So being able to get rid of that one does pump Jesse's life total back up. Zach Allen at this point, I think, kind of firmly ahead on cards though.
Yeah, definitely. Tons of cards. Looks like Jesse just has a land. Looks like maybe a couple lands and a Ren and 6 in hand.
The Ren and 6
No,
is a good one. And that one
yeah.
is coming down. Going to pick off the Eternal Witness. Now we have to answer this Solitude, or else this Ren is still under the threat of being answered on board.
Yeah, and
Zach gets another draw.
the thing about this too is Zach still has, his companion is looming. Jesse's already used that resource, so Zach has 6 cards in hand. Jesse has 1, and Zach virtually has 7 cards with this companion hanging out in the companion zone there.
For sure. Here comes the Expressive Iteration returned with Eternal Witness earlier. 3 cards common, Omnath among the bunch. Now, this is one of these positions where it kind of feels like, if you weren't paying close attention, it's easy to be like, how did this game slip away for Jesse? And not
Yeah,
necessarily saying it's over, but it does feel like Zach is now firmly ahead, whereas he was the first one missing a bunch of land drops. And I'd like to give credit to Zach for how he managed his resources, right? Like that lightning bolt on the Eternal Witness with like the Solitude and response looks really suspect, but that turn I think was incredibly critical for pulling Zach ahead because he was able to use his resources to keep himself from falling further and further behind. He controlled Jesse's ability to put Planeswalkers into play and keep them in play, most importantly. And now, here comes Omnath to potentially pull himself, ahead to actually, catapult himself to being firmly in the lead and maybe eventually
sure.
winning this game.
Sure. And just real quick for everybody in the Twitch chat, thanks for letting us know about the audio issues. We are going to work on that here as soon as this game ends. We'll try quick fix, but we do know it's an issue and we are working to get it resolved. Just FYI. But thanks for being patient with us here, as Jesse just commits another land to the board, and she is firmly on the back foot at this point.
Right. For sure. Land drops, hitting land drops isn't everything, especially when Omnath is in the mix. If we can get a trigger for mana, things can start to slip away really, really quickly. And there's a Misty Rainforest to make that happen.
Yeah.
There's first trigger,
Yeah,
gain 4.
yeah, gain 4. And then,
Zach
the
going to
thing
very
too is,
quickly fetch.
the thing too is Zach has another copy of Eldamri's Call in the deck
Oh.
as well, and that Emrakul.
Yeah, is it
So
Emmy time? Main
yeah,
deck Emmy time?
things can get out of control real quick.
Oh, for sure. And this is maybe the play pattern Zach's been playing for the entire time. Knowing you have that in game for your Eladamri's Call makes them, I think, a little bit more valuable in this matchup. Omnath, a very important part of this mirror match. But if you have the ability to play something like an Emrakul, things can, like you said, get out of hand extremely quickly and maybe just slam the door on a game that, maybe is otherwise somewhat nebulous.
Yeah, this board went from nothing to tons of things in just a second. And Jesse's going to go ahead and pick them up here. So we're going to
Well, look, no, looks like
come back to us for just a second.
yeah,
And
Jesse's seen enough.
yeah, it was, again, once Omnath hits, a lot of things start happening. So I think we're going to take a quick break here and try and get this audio issue resolved. Does that sound right, Norm? Checking with her. Okay. So we're going to take a quick break here, try and get this audio issue resolved. Just a minute or so, and then we'll come back and we'll make sure we get game 2. You'll get the full match in progress, we promise. So we're going to take just a brief break while we get this resolved. Thanks for hanging out. All right, everybody, welcome back. Thanks. I hope my audio is fixed. We can't fix the way I look, which is the problem, but that's something you have to take up with management. It's above my pay grade. So hopefully the audio is fixed. It sounds like we're ready for game number 2, Drake. So let's hop on down there and get the players ready, and we'll bring you the second game of this 4-color blink mirror.
Matt, I think you look great, and you get a lot of compliments in chat about the jacket. So,
Oh
frankly,
yeah.
I think you're doing better than me. I mean, I mostly just get compliments on the oven in the background.
Well, I think for what it's worth, Drake, I think you look great. So that's
Oh, thank you, Matt. I appreciate that.
absolutely.
Jesse on the play here, going to lead on the wooded foothills in a pass. Now, both players last game, neither of them were really able to stick a Ren and start, really snowballing the card advantage and the land drops with that. So Jesse more or less kind of flooded out, despite the fact that she kind of had all the mana to work with. That's normally extremely important in the mirror match. We saw Zach Allen, very expertly manage his resources and his pitch cards in order to, keep himself treading water long enough to be able to use his spells to break out of his mana screw and end up winning the game. It was impressive showing, honestly.
Yeah,
I feel like not normally how things play out.
yeah, it really snowballed quickly once Zach was able to get started rolling. It just kind of swung out. Zach leads on important abundant growth to replace itself here.
Zach said, I'll see your Triome and I will make a 5-color land using the very powerful 1-mana enchantment. Obviously has extreme synergies alongside the Yorions that are both in the companion zones for both players. Jesse, just a flooded strain and a passing of the turn. Zach's going to attempt a Ren and 6 of his own. Have to imagine if Jesse's not playing one of her own, she has a counterspell, and she sure does. That one's going to go straight to the graveyard.
I was gonna say I'm a big fan of like jam it and just like if you have counterspell, cool. If not, like the game is gonna be really tough for you to win from that point because I resolved my 2-mana planeswalker.
Absolutely. You got to make him happy,
Yeah, almost always. So, especially an 80
for
card deck.
sure.
How often could they have their counterspell and turn to an 80 card deck? Really?
Well, I think it has a
Every
little bit
time.
more about there's some context involved, right? Like if Jesse's
Yeah.
not playing anything, the odds that she has either Ice Fang, Coatl, or Counterspell have to be like 100%, right?
Yeah, you would assume so. Jessie moves on to her third turn here. It's a good spot for a Teferi if she has one.
Yeah, for sure. Her Kingdom for a Teferi. That one can be cast. Beseja who endures the land for turn. Looks like she's just going to pass the turn.
Yeah. Sends it back to Zach. I think he actually has fourth land and a Omnath here. So scary to wow, I'm just gonna go ahead and pick up the companion here.
Instep Endurance. Perhaps not one of the strongest cards in the mirror, but a great blocker for Planeswalkers, something you'd like to go ahead and get into play. Can do a little bit of work clearing the graveyards to mitigate something like an Eternal Witness. But otherwise, I think overall a fairly low value card in the matchup.
Yeah. And this is why this deck is so hard, in my opinion, to play against. Is even has these flash creatures like Endurance, Ice Fang, Coatl. When you just think they might have counterspell, and you don't want to jam into it. They're like, okay, nothing. I'll just jam my creatures into you.
Yeah, for sure. Interesting. Jesse picked up the Flooded Strand instead of, like a counterspell here with this Eternal Witness. Have to imagine that, it's fairly indicative that Jesse's hand probably not flushed with lands. Zach very quickly going to fire off this Omnath. Well, Jesse has no counterspell mana represented.
Yeah, she put down the shields, and this Omnath resolves, and that's pretty tough here.
For sure. The very least going to have a card coming, even if it is answered. So, going to do a little bit of work, pulling Zach ahead on some card advantage.
Both players going to do my favorite thing about Paper Magic is shuffle through their 80 card decks, find the one of, and then shuffle back and hand them to each other and shuffle again. It's my favorite part.
Oh yeah, and the inclusion of 4x copies of Eladomri's Call really just helps that out, doesn't it? Find your one-ofs with your instant speed demonic tutor, shuffle for a while.
Yeah.
It's magic as Garfield intended.
That's right.
I guess it truly is, right? Demonic tutor was in alpha, so like literally.
Yeah, he completely intended for this to be the case. Jesse untaps here, back on her turn. All things considered, I think Zach's actually in a pretty decent position at this point.
Yeah, for sure. The board would kind of indicate that, Jessie has a little bit more tempo advantage, right? Like she's the one that's untapping with two creatures in play. She's ahead on life, so she can kind of start getting aggressive, especially if she has an answer to this Omnath. But Omnath, I mean, card's powerful. We can talk about it all day long. Card's an essay of things you want. And if Zach gets untapped with an Omnath at basically any point in the game, he immediately starts to begin to kind of recoup the life loss spent in, the tempo loss because you're taking all this extra damage, but all you have to do is play a single land, you gain 4 life back. That's a huge swing.
Yeah, that's right, and that's a good card for Jesse to have there. That endurance gonna go ahead and get rid of Omnath, then she's gonna shove in with those two green creatures, the endurance and eternal witness. And, back to Zach we go.
Yeah, this is the way she wants to do it, right? Like if you're removing Omnath, one of the most attractive things about Jessie's board state and her position in this game right now is the fact she's ahead on board when it comes to damage and creatures. So
Yeah,
being able to, yeah, and here's a pitch cast Solitude. I think this is very indicative of how much she's respecting the triggers from Omnath. Now, this Solitude's being done with the draw trigger on the stack. That way, Zach does not regain priority in order to be able to play something like a fetch land, and then it's kind of this Mexican standoff, right, where you could just fetch it instant speed if she ever goes to kill it and make mana. So very, very heads up play here, responding to that trigger with that Solitude, keeping Zach's board clear so that these 3 creatures can continue to crunch and, maybe close the game out before Zach can use his cards in order to catch back up, because he is ahead on cards here.
yeah. You mentioned the tempo advantage, and that's what this one feels like. It feels like Jesse's just playing like a flash deck, and trying to keep Zach
Yeah,
things off. It's trying to keep Zach things off the table, and she just puts her foot on the gas pedal and just comes in with these 3 creatures.
for sure. I wonder if
I think she
Jesse,
has a
these
counterspell
players
too.
know each other's deck list. Yeah, I wonder if with the way these players, they know the matchup, they know each other's deck list. I wonder if she's taking this role not just because obviously that's how her hand played out, but I wonder if Zach's is skewed in such a way, like Jesse's has like things like March of Otherworldly Light and maybe is configured to be a little bit better against the field, whereas we saw
Yeah.
Zach's like main deck Emrakul, and I'm sure that frees up a sideboard slot from her sideboard options. I wonder if Jesse realizes that maybe Zach's a little bit ahead in the mirror and is pivoting her game plan, obviously to great effect right now, in order to really leverage what she has advantage in, right? Like she has the removal spell, she has the creatures that can attack through. Do you have any kind of thoughts on taking this aggressive role that Jesse is kind of taking here in game 2?
Yeah, I like it. I think there's Zach has the Urian put back out in the companion zone and scoops him up, and Jesse's aggressive game plan worked. So who am I to argue, really?
Yeah, I
I
mean, hard to argue with the results.
Yeah, so I think it's actually pretty great. You mentioned the difference between the decks, and if your opponent is going to go way above you with Emrakul and things like that, I think it's a great place to be. Is maybe it's not low to the ground because there are 3 drops and things like that, but be a little bit lower and tighter and be able to push, especially on the play because you have things like counterspell to back up, um, to stop whatever they're trying to do. If you're able to get a creature or 2 in play and just kind of hit for 3, hit for 4, or whatever it is, even like the little hits from Ice Vein Kotal are pretty solid, I think. So I like that game plan. Honestly, might not serve them very well on the draw, but I think on the play it's a great way to be.
I definitely agree with your assessment. Like you said, being able to contain those Omnas, both of them, using those Solitudes very aggressively, was great for Jesse in order to prevent that life gain and, make that critical final lethal attack that we saw there. So excellent job by Jesse. I really like being able to pivot your game plan. That's probably a line not of a lot of other players would see. I think a lot of
Yeah,
players are really interested in attacking this matchup in a card advantage axis. And so impressive showing from Jesse. We'll see how things adjust for game 3.
absolutely. So speaking of that, we're gonna hop on in and see their deck lists here. Just kind of see what's going on. So for Zach, there's these endurance, Night of Autumn, Fury. I saw the Obsidian Charmaw do terrible things to their Tron opponent. I believe you were in the booth for that. It was actually disgusting. I had to leave the venue. I could not come back. So
It was
I
not
watched that.
pretty.
Yeah, yeah, I could not watch that. Couple Flusterstorms, couple Veil Summers, 2 Supreme Verdicts, and Chalice Voids. I don't even know that most of these cards are very good for the mirror. To be completely honest with you, I would say Fury's probably okay. But other than that, like his deck is pretty well built. Again, that Emrakul that looms in the center on the top row there. That one
Pretty good
we
one.
haven't. Yeah, we haven't seen that one hit the battlefield yet. But I assume when we do, it means the game's over in Zach's favor.
Inclined to agree with you. Yeah, like you said, not a ton that we're interested in. We did see Jesse have a couple copies of Endurance, and maybe the Fury is pretty interesting as well. But Zach's main deck is clearly very much hedged for the 4-color mirrors, maybe indicating that is the deck he thinks he needs the most game against. Maybe he feels his list is already good enough against the rest of the field. Take a look at
Yeah,
Jesse's deck list, see what that looks like.
Jesse's a pretty similar here. There's an Endurance in the main deck. I mean, a lot of these decks have some decent customization options. I think the one thing you have to have obviously is like the iterations, Rens, Teferis, and Abundant Growths. But other than that, you can kind of customize it how you want. So, at any rate, we're going to
Yeah.
jump down here to the third and final game, and Zach's going to be on the play. So it looks like it stands actually quite good. There is the Triumph. And shocking, you know what that means, right?
What you got? Not
There it is.
Counterspell. I know that.
There it is.
Sacred Foundry doesn't cast that one. Here's a Ren at 6.
Yeah, Ren 6 on the play. Pretty tough. And actually, the thing is I don't think Zach has a third land, but he does have a Teferi in play too. So if Zach finds a third land here, Jesse's gonna be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, neither of these lands being fetch lands, I think, is actually really key because Ren can't immediately get any kind of card advantage. If Jesse
Yep.
has access to something like a Fury, then she can remove the Ren before it can really get any kind of card advantage, and that way you stifle some of the bleeding. And with Jesse being on the draw, she's already up on cards anyway, just by virtue. It looks like she picked up Prismatic Ending. That's the way
Nice.
you'd prefer to do it.
Yeah. Big pickup. So Zach
Big
gonna go back
pickup
to
here.
Zach here. Does not hit a third land. Does hit a second Ren 6.
And no expressive iteration trying to find a third land.
Yeah, it's a
Does
big no.
hit. Looks like 2 lands among the mix. Fetch land finally for that second copy of Ren 6. So Zach maybe has the setup here, maybe a little too late, but we'll see. It depends on how Jesse can follow up her turn 2 Prismatic Ending. Currently, Jesse having to play a little bit more reactive, but with Zach having to spew off more or less an expressive iteration just to hit land drops, Jesse has a window here. Very
Yeah,
quickly
shields down.
fetching.
Yeah, shields down for Zach, and in comes Teferi the Time Raveler. And that is a big problem for Zach to have to deal with now.
Absolutely. And we mentioned she had a window here. This is basically exactly what she's looking for in that window. Stick a planeswalker, begin to, enable your game plan. Teferi's a big part of the mixture when it comes to these 4-color matchups because there's a lot of instant speed tricks with pitch cards and, ephemerates, all that kind of stuff that goes flying around and can lead to some huge blowouts. Teferi shuts that down from the opponent while, further enabling your own. And so Jesse's able to untap with this Teferi. I think she's in a very commanding position in this mirror match.
Yeah. Yeah, looking good. Then Zach untaps here.
We'll see what Zach can respond with.
Yeah. All
Looks
right.
like maybe a Prismatic Ending of his own. Ren 6. Return the Scalding Tarn, play Scalding Tarn. Just a passing of the turn. Second copy of Ren's now set up for Zach. Here's Abundant Growth for Jesse. That one can draw a lot of cards with Teferi.
Yeah, I think Jesse actually picked up another copy of Prismatic Ending.
Oh, that's a good one too.
It's quite good, yeah.
And can cash in on a little bit of card advantage using this Abundant Growth. She did go ahead and pick that one back up, draws a card, puts it back into play, draws another card. So a lot of cards coming from Jesse. And here's a Prismatic Ending. Jesse now ahead, not just on board, but also on cards. Zach can't respond to that one. Could fetch, I guess, but Teferi's shutting down any meaningful interaction in response to the Prismatic Ending.
Yeah, the static ability on Teferi has just been such a pain for as long as it's been since War of the Spark. It makes, you can't play on instant speed to fight back. Jesse just gets to do whatever she really wants for the turn. So another Ren 6 down. It's pretty big considering Zach was missing land drops.
Exactly. This has got to be somewhat frustrating for Zach when you're in this position. You have 2 Ren 6s that have both resolved, and you're somehow still struggling on lands. It shows really kind of how important Ren 6 is to this deck's primary game plan, hitting all the land drops. Looks like it might have been a Beseiju as the pickup. didn't get a super great look, but Zach has plenty of things he can play. The problem is Jesse continues to untap with this Planeswalker, accumulating advantage. He continues to draw cards. You mentioned the Yorians are looming, and with Jesse kind of pulling ahead on mana and cards, it's going to make it somewhat difficult, I think, for Zach to be able to keep any of these spells in play. Things like Omnath here. We're going to see that one come down. It's going to be hard to protect, but it will at least draw a card. Omnath going to resolve.
I would say, if one card's going to pull you back in the game, it's probably going to be Omnath.
It's always Omnath. And just when you think you're behind, it looks like Jesse respects that as well. We're going to see this exact same play in response to the trigger. Jesse really showing a lot of respect for any kind of fetch land shenanigans that could happen post Omnath. Going to go ahead and draw a card for Zach Allen anyway. Like you said, Omnath is really the key for pulling Zach ahead, and not just catching up, but pulling ahead. It just makes so much mana. It draws cards, does it all. And I mentioned before, this mirror match is very much about controlling the damage that Omnath does. The card's really, really good in this mirror match, and just being able to use your mana more efficiently in the mirror. And Domri's call to pick up for Zach Allen is an interesting one.
Yeah, Domri's calls are really good. When we talked about the Emrakul, and we haven't seen it yet, but this game, both players are, basically untouched. That card, Domri's call being able to fetch up Emrakul is a pretty big game.
Definitely. I mean, you mentioned, these can tend to grind out quite a little bit. And, having that single copy of Emrakul to just slam the door in a game that is otherwise nebulous is a big reason why the card is represented in basically every sideboard. Zach choosing to put it in his main deck, but was not able to leverage it in the main deck game. Didn't need it, won the main deck game anyway. And Endurance, in response to Zach's Teferi, does threaten to do quite a bit of damage to the Teferi and maybe do some amount of work to mitigate Zach's ability to keep it in play. Going to go ahead and tick that down. Return Endurance to hand.
I was going to say, you just play Ice Fang here, and because you have to play it at sorcerer speed because it's a fairy. Play it and try and hit a land drop, and Zach agrees and gets paid off.
Yeah, you hit that Steam Vince, can put that one into play tapped. Can't really respond on Jesse's turn anyway, so no one drops you want to play. And save a little bit of life. And Zach suddenly looks to be a little bit ahead on board. We'll see what Jesse's turn looks like, though. She gets to untap with all her mana. We'll see what she can assemble.
I was just thinking that Zach looks like he's actually in a pretty good place here.
Yeah.
There's an Eldamri.
Fetch land from Jesse.
Yeah, I think she has
4 cards.
I think she has a call and a prismatic ending.
Prismatic ending on Teferi seems really appealing. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get that one off the table. Jesse's done a really good job at mitigating Zach's problematic permanents, namely the Planeswalkers and Omnaths. A lot of the other chump change, things like Icefang Quaddles and all the other stuff, she could just let sit and play for a little bit. It's not even clear to me that this Icefang Quaddle has Death Touch yet, so Endurance does actually threaten to block it as well. But she's done a really good job answering these.
This is quite good for Zach. He has another Teferi, so Jesse has to act again, whether it's a counterspell or if she's going to flash in that Endurance again. She's in kind of a tough spot, and especially because Zach just picked up Expressive Iteration, so he's chock full of cards in hand here.
Yeah, and most importantly, Zach's drawing the good ones, right? If you look at the cards that Zach has played on each of his turns, it's been like Ren, Teferi, Omnath. These are the cards that are the really impactful ones in the mirror. Whereas Jesse's done a good job, using the removal spells, things like Prismatic Endings and Solitudes to keep those off the table and mitigate all that. But frankly, the questions are better than the answers in this mirror match. And so Zach, each time he plays one of these Planeswalkers, gets a little bit of value off of it. He plays Omnath, gets a little value off of it. He's pulling a little bit further and further ahead as he finds a Prismatic Ending to go ahead and answer Jesse's Teferi. She needs to find some of that Omnath action rather quickly, but she does have a turn with Zach's tapped out to do so. So we'll see what she can assemble on her turn.
Yeah, we actually talked about how Zach was behind on lands. Now he's actually pulled ahead in the land count from 7 to 6 here.
Correct. Very interesting. I mean, Zach's been using all of his mana efficiently too. So that, I think, is also very much key when you're talking about, being able to pull ahead from behind With Zach actually on the play, you'd think he'd be, ahead the entire game. But like I said, Jesse's done a really good job of mitigating Zach's early plays. He fell behind, but using his mana every single turn, using the mana advantage from being on the play, and also just having multiple copies of each Planeswalker and Omnath and all that stuff, he was able to put himself where he's a little bit ahead. Now, he's not as far ahead as you'd think, right? Like if you're talking about all the cards he's cast, you'd be like, okay, well, he should be very, very far ahead. The game's not even really close to over. He's just a little ahead. We'll see what Jessie can assemble on her turn. This is a big turn, I think, for her.
Yeah, looks like she picked up just another Triumph. So a couple lands in hand. That Endurance we knew about, and Eldamri's Call, I think, are the 4 cards in Jessie's hand here.
Well, she has an untapped land. Eldamri's Call for Fury looks kind of appealing.
Sure. Clear the board out.
It is not clear that she has an untapped land, though. I think we see a Triumph among the mix.
There's a fetch land hanging out in hand there. It's like a Scalding Tarn.
All right. Did not see the fetch land. A lot to think about with this Eldamri's Call. This is kind of what happens when you're talking about tutors and an 80 card deck. Yes. Yeah, we do see her go ahead and fire that one off. We need to think about what we're going to actually grab with that before we cast it.
There's a lot of choices in this deck, and all of them are pretty meaningful. It's like Omnath comes to the front of the deck as well.
Yeah, Omnath could draw a card, make a bunch of mana, could put Endurance into play. Looks like Omnath is pulled to the front. All right, Omnath the grab. Not too surprising, given there's a fetch land in hand. That one can threaten to make a ton of mana.
You see Omnath Logan's creation. That card is incredibly good.
I referenced this card yesterday as an essay, and boy, does it have a lot of words on it. And all of it's good. Every line matters. Enters the battlefield, draws a card. Whenever a land enters the battlefield for the first time, you gain 4 life. If it's the second time this turn, you get 4 mana. And if it's the third time, dealing 4 damage to each opponent, each Planeswalker. I think pretty undoubtedly the making 4 mana from the second land is probably the most attractive part of this card in almost every matchup.
Yes, you make all 4 of the mana minus black, so you don't get a swamp out of it, but not a big deal in this deck, I would say.
Absolutely. I think we see Zach go ahead and run back the same trick Jesse did. Response to that trigger, we're going to go ahead and Solitude pitch an Eldamri's Call of Zach's own. Go ahead and mitigate the Omnath from Jesse. That's an important one for Zach to have because, once again, Omnath has been mitigated. That mana is not available to Jesse. And even though she gets to draw a card, that's all she's got really for the turn. She can't do anything else as a follow-up. And Zach's going to go ahead and tick up his Teferi beat downs with some Icefang Quaddles. Looks like a third Teferi in hand. Oh. Zach on Teferi Tribal over there.
Yeah, Jesse actually naturally picks up this Fury for the turn.
Ooh, that's a good one. I think Zach has a copy of Dress Down in hand. That's another good one.
Oh, Endurance. Okay, well, Jesse's
Endurance in response to a fetch. Is that what's happening here?
Yep, that's what it looks like to me. So the fetch is in the graveyard. Zach going to go ahead and cast Endurance.
I guess if you're going to cast Endurance anyway, this keeps Eternal Witness from having any targets.
You know what else it could be? I don't know the exact count of types in Jesse's graveyard, but it could be a way to stop Emrakul, you know?
I think that's a much better call. I think he's doing that in response. He probably did the math, and that untapped land might represent Emrakul mana. And so, very heads up Endurance from Zach Allen. Go ahead and mitigate not just Eternal Witness, but also the Emrakul of Promise End that would threaten to, obviously wreak havoc on Zach's board state and pull Jesse quite far ahead. And here is a Fury. And card's got a lot of good targets. Have to imagine they're dressed down in response, and that is what's going to happen here. Jesse cannot respond to that one. Teferi still in play for Zach Allen.
That is a beating. Dressed down quite good.
Very good with the Teferi, I think. Being able to shut down all of Jesse's creatures while, Jesse can't do anything about it, can't even respond, I think is extremely problematic for Zach Allen. And a Fury of Zach's own picked up. That's a good draw. You can go ahead and remove the Fury and maybe start putting a little bit of pressure on Jesse's life total.
Yeah, the Zach's starting to put his foot on the gas here. I'd be stunned if this companion doesn't get added to hand. Looks like Zach going to shock in. gonna pass, maybe.
A little bit of
Yep,
beat
send it back.
downs. So we saw Jesse on the play take a little bit more of like a tempo kind of role, being able to just put a few bodies in play and kind of get underneath Zach before he could really get his footholds, put him even further off balance with some counter spells, and more or less take this like kind of aggressive tempo role. Zach here on the play electing to kind of just play the same card advantage game plan that you would normally expect to see. Not necessarily getting as aggressive with resources, just sitting back, trying to hit land drops and just trying to navigate his cards in the same way. I think that is very suggestive of not just the deck building, but obviously the approach to the matchup and sideboarding. Maybe Jesse has like a little bit more creatures in her deck in order to facilitate that, especially in game 2, or it could just been the way that her hand was drawn up. But either way, I think it's a very clearly different plan from what we saw from Jesse in game 2, and it seems to be working out for him.
Yeah. Yeah, and then Jesse just goes ahead and scoops him up pretty far behind there, and Zach Allen, man, just turned the corner really quickly in that game. It felt like, and Jesse kind of just drew lands. Felt like she flooded out towards the end. An unfortunate end to her tournament, but congrats to Zach Allen for making it to the finals here.
An impressive run from both players. Yeah, and we saw clearly the dominance of this deck throughout the tournament. Probably, I think it was only our third most played deck in the entire tournament in general. But representing 3 of the 4 of our top 4 here. And Zach Allen going to go ahead and move to the finals. Obviously a little bit of a team kill from Minneapolis, but an impressive run for both players and going to mean a lot when it comes to the leaderboard.
Yeah, definitely. There's like you mentioned, 3 of the 4 decks in our semifinals are this 4-color blink or deck. The 4-color mid-range deck, whatever you want to call it. That's kind of the standard deck. I think if I'm going into a modern tournament, that is level 0 to me. That is what I need to either beat or be playing. But there is one hero. I don't know if that other semifinal has gone final. Norm, has it gone final? We're gonna get word real quick. I think they're shuffling up.
Ooh.
Okay. Sounds like the players are shuffling up and okay, great. So we're gonna go ahead and get you game 3 of that. So there's one hero left in the building that's not playing 4-color deck. So it sounds like they might have taken a restroom break. So Drake and I will sit here and vibe for a couple more minutes while we discuss that. Is there any improvements you can make? I know Zach has this Emrakul in the main deck. Is there anything else you can do to fight like against that deck if you're playing mirror matches all day?
Yeah, I think if you were only ever going to be playing mirror matches, a lot of the removal spells are a little less appealing. Things that don't, 2-for-1 your opponent are obviously not at a premium in the matchup. But for the most part, I think you can't really do that without diluting your deck too much to the rest of the field. I mean, you mentioned Murktide being the last hero in our top 4, but Murktide was actually the most played deck in this tournament by almost double. It was 13% of the metagame. I think a little over 40 people registered the Izzet Murktide deck in this tournament. And it's a deck I like a lot on paper and certainly can get underneath the 4-color deck. But yeah, if you start trying to put more 2-for-1s in your deck, shaving on removal and putting more Emrakuls or whatever in your deck list, I think you're going to run into a lot of issues with your really expensive cards running more or less straight into the cheap spells from the Murktide deck. And you're going to start losing some games to that Murktide deck. It's very, very powerful and worth being respected.
Yeah, I think that's part of the thing about Modern is I understand if this deck is the best deck, which I think it's pretty okay to say that. There's so many other decks. So I saw like Mono Green Tron, I saw Yawgmoth, there's hammer decks where you need the lightning bolts. Like you said, you could remove some of the cheap removal, but like you need lightning bolt against the hammer decks, or you're just gonna get put in a dumpster. So yeah, I think you're right. I like Zach's build quite a bit. He has enough cheap, efficient things to deal with those style of decks, but also is able to go over the top with, and it's a one of Emrakul, but there's the Eldamri's Call, which makes it fetchable, and you can really power through the late game. So pretty good deck building, in my opinion, for Zach today.
Absolutely. And, it's really impressive, too, when you talk about one-ofs, there's a different context for playing a one-of in any given deck, especially an 80-card deck, based on what you want, like what matchups you want it for. So, like for instance, if you wanted a one of sweeper for an aggressive deck, that's going to be a lot worse, a lot less effective because the game doesn't go as long. You don't see as many cards. So even though you'd have like let's say five copies with even your Eladamri's calls, that one of is still a lot less effective because you're still less likely to draw it manually, like draw that
Right.
copy of it. Whereas when you're talking about something like an Emrakul, which is specifically for the really, really long games, you have such a higher chance of seeing it, naturally drawing it, even if you don't Eladamri's call for it, just naturally drawing it because you see so many more of your cards. So it's a lot more effective. I think it's really heads up to sacrifice a single main deck slot for something that can be such a hammer in these grindy matchups and just slam the door on some games that you're even a little bit behind on. Yeah,
Yeah.
like you said, I think it's really heads up deck building by Zach Allen. Impressive stuff.
Yeah, I think it's great. I think again, like I don't want to hammer it too much, but it's like the game plan in the sideboard. It's like, well, why don't I just like play one of these in the main deck? Who cares? It's just like one extra card, and it can't be that bad against some like the more like lower to the ground decks because it closes the game out. It shuts the door on people if you get to that point where you need it. So might be a stinker to draw on your opening hand, but you know it happens that way sometimes. You just gotta just gotta mulligan again. Who cares?
For sure. Well, before we go down to our second semifinals match, are we able to pull up what these players are playing for?
Yeah, let's see if we can get that up there. Uh, oh, sounds like we're starting up. So, hey, I'll
We'll
tell you what.
wait. We'll wait and
Let's
show you
jump on
after
down.
this match. Then it sounds like they're ready to go.
Yeah, sounds good to me. Hey, I like Magic. That's cool. Jump on in. All right, so Josh Warsaw on the left playing four color blink against Nicholas Bradley on Izzet Murktide. All
All
right.
right. Now, the Murktide matchup does play out quite differently from what we've seen than the four color mirror. We talked about Ren and Six being one of the important ones to manage, and it still is, very effective against the Murktide deck, but the Murktide is more of the aggressor, I think, in this matchup. And so that means things like, the card advantage from Ren and Six and all that stuff is a little less important than the keeping the board state managed.
Yeah.
Looks like a little bit of discussion about the abundant growth on the breeding pool here. And looks like Ledger Shredder coming down from Nicholas Bradley. The impressive addition from New Capenna. What do you think of this card, Matt?
Who could have read that text box and thought that card be any good? Come on now. Come
EDH
on now.
players. It was all over EDH Twitter. People were just raving about how this card is messed up in EDH.
It is an unbelievable addition to this Izzet Murktide deck. It just does everything you want, in these blue red style decks. It churns through your deck, and Dragon's Rage Channeler helps that too. So you're really powering through your deck. It reminds me of the older iterations of Death Shadow, where you would have like Thought Scours, and even back to the days when you had like Ataxian Probe and things like that. It just really churns through your deck rather quickly.
Oh yeah, imagine playing Thought Scour in the current modern context. A classic that I am very gravitated towards. I love me some Thought Scour, but when you can just do it better on a creature that also beats down and grows and loots, not just throws cards in the graveyard willy nilly, it actually you get some selection out of it. This is such an impressive upgrade over an effect like Thought Scour.
Yeah.
I love to see it. Very much my style of Magic. You talked about what you like to do. You don't like green. Well, I love me some Izzet colors. This Izzet Murktide deck, very appealing to me. And Ledger Shredder, right up my alley. Here's an Instep Archmage's Charm. I'm going to go ahead and draw two cards with that one. With no play from Josh Warsaw. Did play a land tapped. Just going to represent three lands here. Still no Ledger Shredder triggers either. Very, very kind of slow pacing on this game. Who do you think
Yeah.
that actually favors?
It is a very weird start to me. I assume Josh has something like Ephemerate, or excuse me, it has to have some removal spells just hanging out. And I don't know if you're waiting for a better target than Ledger Shredder. Um, I would assume the answer is yes, but I think it actually favors Nicholas Bradley because be able to fire up some counter spells later and things like that. I think that's pretty good for them.
Yeah, the counterspell is obviously extremely potent out of the Murktide deck. I would argue they're actually like the counterspells are more effective out of the Murktide deck because they have so much more pressure that they use to back up those efficient counterspells. Whereas a lot of times it's kind of hard for this four color blink deck to both play a counterspell and play a big threat in the same turn because their cards are so much more mana intensive.
Yeah, I like this. And again, like we talked about, like this four color blink deck, yes, it's able to tap out, 4 mana and play a giant Omnath, but it also is able to play this game where, just wait, they attack into you, and you're like, ha, surprise, Ice Fang. So uh, it just does everything so well.
Hard to disagree with that. Yeah, this Ice Fang going to be a little bit of a problem, especially if you have any ambition of getting in the red zone with this Ragavan. Ice Fang doing a really good job mitigating that. Looks like Soken's in the pickup. We've seen that one ambush block some Ragavans as well.
Yeah, that's huge. So
let's
there's
see,
that
what do we
Omnath.
got? 4 mana Omnath. Fetch land already in play to potentially enable some, land drop triggers. We'll see how Nicholas Bradley wants to respond. This is a sideboard game, so there could be things like Veil of Summer in the mix. It looks like a mystical dispute in response to the Omnath. Very quickly going to fetch, and there is a Veil of Summer for Josh Warsaw. And wow, that is brutal. If you are Nicholas Bradley, this is exactly the kind of interactions that 4-Color Blink is trying to make happen in the sideboard games.
This is quite a beating here. Veil of Summer, when that card was printed, was like the final nail in my coffin, where I was like, I can't play Modern for a little bit here. This is too much for me.
You were off it, huh? Not a Veil of
This
Summer. I guess you said you don't like green. Veil of Summer is like the greatest green card.
why does green get counterspells? Why? This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. So
Veil of
at
Summer
any
is
rate,
going to trigger Ledger Shredder, and we went ahead and connived. It looks like we were thinking about Mystical Disputing again in response to the Veil of Summer. That's pretty good. That'll definitely get the Omnath.
yeah,
Thinking
so
about
there's
it. That would trigger Ledger Shredder again. I'll consider. Going to go ahead and trigger Ledger Shredder. Going to connive. Growing 2 points in this turn is going to be big.
Yeah. The thing is now, the problem I have with this Murktide deck is this though. Once this Omnath hits the table, pretty difficult to take off the table for the Murktide deck.
It
You
doesn't
don't
die
have
to Lightning Bolt. Card ready to kill.
Yeah. So you don't have things like terminates or anything like that. It's really difficult to get off the table. So looks like it's going to stick to all this. Nicholas Bradley is considering their options.
Quite literally.
Yeah.
No, I agree with you. I think the Omnath, I mean, we talked about how it has a little bit of something for every matchup. And this one, the life gain, I think, is one of the big parts of the equation. The Murktide deck is very much trying to get underneath the 4-color Blink deck, just put them off balance with respect to spells and beat them on efficiency and slam the door shut with something like a Murktide Regent, which we did see thrown into the graveyard with a Connive. The point is you're trying to kill them before they can catch back up. And Omnath, with the life gain ability and the mana ability, just literally undoes everything the Murktide deck's trying to do. So we really need to answer the Omnath, no matter which way you slice it, or it's not going to go crazy.
There's a subtlety hanging out in hand, so like that's kind of an answer, I suppose.
I think it definitely is an answer. It may not be the way you want to do it, but at this point, I think it kind of has to be done, right? We're talking about, I mean, he's going to redraw it right away with this Veil of Summer, but either way, like just answering it even for a single turn, that's a lot of damage coming across with Ragavan, Ledger Shredder, and, who knows what the context of next turn is going to look like, especially with Ragavan triggers in the mix and the powerful cards that come off the top of the 4-color Blink deck. But, Nicholas stymieing the Omnath train for the time being.
That is so rough to have to pitch your expressive iteration to. I mean, it's a trade you have to make, I think, at this point, but it is really rough to have to do that.
I agree. I also think expressive iteration maybe not really the way you want to approach this matchup. Like we see a counterspell in hand now for Nicholas Bradley. When you're talking about how this matchup plays out, a lot of times, like trying to take your turn off and just do something like an expressive iteration to get card advantage is not really the way Murktide wants to be approaching this matchup. Because, like we said, like you're just not going to win on card advantage, right?
Sure.
So maybe it's actually lower value than you'd normally expect in this matchup. Still busted card, right? Like still very, very powerful. Yeah. Still 4 copies of both decks here. I think literally all 16 copies across the our top 4 here. Undeniably a powerful card, but maybe not as good in Nicholas Bradley's deck as it would be in something like Josh Warsaw's deck. So here's an attack.
He comes slamming in, and I mean, he knows this Ice Fang has Death Touch. I'm going to go ahead and make the trade with the Ragvan here.
Yeah, I think both cards reasonable threats in their own right. Willing to give up one of his good threats and keep the other one. Push a little bit of damage through. Now, Warsaw should be able to play something with a counterspell backup this turn. Not Omnath. I think the 2 Forest keeps you from being able to Omnath with counterspell backup. Abundant Growth going to fix all those problems.
So many Solitudes in hand.
And now that Ragavan's off the table, it's interesting to see Ragavan blocked and then the Sokenzen played for turn. Like we could have done something like block the Ledger Shredder and then maybe try to channel those Sokenzen and use that to answer the Ragavan.
Yeah.
Really shows how much respect for that Ragavan trigger, I think, right?
Yeah, I agree. It's like, I think Josh is like, well, I can't let Nicholas start hitting cards and getting ahead on mana because Nicholas only does have, now it's four lands in play. You don't want them to be able to fight twice with you. You could probably dance around one single counter spell and play a second card, but double counter spell is brutal.
Definitely agree with you there. Ledger Shredder, a 3/5 at this point. Does not get eaten by Endurance. One of the big pickups, I think, for Murktide in this matchup. Like a lot of times, Endurance just abuses your threats. And Solitude is the way you got to do it if you're Josh Warsaw.
I like this. It's that's a dress down. I know what that one is. I've seen the doodling.
That's got to be a good one. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and stop that effect. A 3/2 lifelinker doesn't beat a 3/5. Going to lose lifelink 2 if this dress down happens.
Expressive iteration.
Did we tap invalidly? What's going on here?
There's a red and a blue up there. All right.
Oh, I see. Here we go.
So Joshua down to 7 already. I think this is the power of this Murktide deck is, you can play your little things on the ground and Nicholas can still just take a chunk out of you in the air with either a big Ledger Shredder or a Murktide Regent.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we're not going to get any connives on this turn, unfortunately. So that's a good time for the old expressive iteration.
Sure.
But dress down stifling the lifelink from the Solitude is actually big here, given that Nicholas is really kind of trying to push the advantage with a life total race. Looks like a prismatic ending going after Ledger Shredder. We'll see if Nick's interested in counter spelling that one.
Yeah, and he knows about that Omnath in hand because it was bounced with subtlety several turns ago. So this is a choice you got to make here.
I think you need to counterspell it. Like, even though there's an Omnath that you know is coming, we talked about this earlier. You know you're not winning the long game, right? Like, no matter what, if you just keep giving Josh turns and draw steps, eventually he's going to win this game. So you need to keep a threat in play and keep pushing that life total advantage if you're gonna have a shot.
Yeah.
Looks like another expressive iteration.
Yeah, your plan is Murktide is right now is that Ledger Shredder. It's not getting counters right now because of dress down, but you have to hope that you can outpace or your opponent just bricks on a land for a turn against the Omnath if they choose to deploy it.
Yeah, I very much agree with that. Now, the Solitude does threaten to gain a little bit of life, and the Omnath is certainly going to be a problem for Nicholas Bradley. But, with Josh kind of in a precarious 7, if Nicholas can assemble like something like an expressive iteration into a lightning bolt, that's lethal, right? As long as we can discard a spell to connive.
Look at all these Solitudes that Josh has in hand. It would be really hard, to not just jam one in Nicholas's upkeep for me.
Oh yeah, they're burning a hole in your pocket if you're Josh Warsaw,
Yeah.
huh?
Oh yeah. this is great. This is kind of the draw to this deck here is there's a Dragon's Rage Channeler on the field, a Ledger Shredder, and you get to play for 0 mana. You get to do tons and tons of digging through your deck here with this Mishra's Bauble.
Oh yeah. You get a Surveil, you get a Loot. Now, do you stack the Surveil before the Connive trigger? How do you stack those? They both trigger at the same time.
Yeah, I think you just surveilling first here. This is pretty good.
I like surveilling first as well. Get a little bit of selection on your draw discard. See if you can find yourself some lightning bolts. Especially, I think lightning bolts are the cards you're looking for, trying to close this game right now. And here's an expressive iteration follow up. But I think we need to find a red land too, if that's something that we want to reach for.
Yeah, this is so difficult. So this is the squeeze again that I think Josh was trying to stop Nicholas. So if Nicholas had hit, one time with Ragvan. He has extra treasure and extra mana, so now Nicholas has to choose. Do I hold up Counterspell, or do I jam Expressive Iteration? And goes ahead and iterates here.
Interesting to see
No
Josh
land.
take that hit.
Yeah.
Because now he's in bolt range. He could solitude his own solitude, I think, to gain some life. But like you said, it's hard for me not to go ahead and solitude that ledger shredder. Just keep bolt from being in the equation at all. Maybe lightning bolts aren't even in Nicholas Bradley's deck anymore. Maybe that's what he's counting on.
Could be. Man,
I think that's ambitious, but I think it could be.
Pretty brutal for Nicholas Bradley here. No land here in that expressive iteration. So he's just kind of at the mercy of whatever Josh wants to do next turn.
Yeah. Unholy Heat would be the card to look for if Omnath does actually enter this equation. Once again, we're not going to beat Omnath, just Josh attacking with Omnath over and over again. But the graveyard's full enough now at this point that I think Unholy Heat, maybe you could Unholy Heat an Omnath and still find a way to come back and win. The problem is that looks like a fetch land on top of Josh Warsaw's deck. And if it is, Josh can have a lot of mana on his turn.
So I believe it was an Omnath, but there is a Flooded Strand hanging out on the top of Josh's deck, land pile there. Man,
Yeah,
brutal
that's
stuff.
too.
Brutal stuff for Nicholas Bradley.
Attack for 3. That would put Josh back to 6. Now, that's still lethal, so I think you're okay with this if you're Nicholas Bradley. He's still got 6 power to play.
Yeah.
Actually, 7. I'm sorry. 7 power, but 6 would be what Josh goes to. Still thinking about taking an action. We do see a counter spell in hand. Can't cast that one without a land off the expressive iteration.
This 4-color deck is just capable of turning the corner so incredibly quickly.
Yeah, that's really the power of it, right? Like they have so many tools to kind of blow you out with pitch cards, and then if you don't have the right sequence, if you can't, slam the door on them, they're going to quickly flip the script, and suddenly you're going to find yourself behind where you were, feeling very likely to win.
Yeah, like here comes this Omnath, and Nicholas just again didn't hit a land on the iteration, which is huge.
Can't
Counter
that
spells
one
down. Oh, and then there's another fetch land. So if Josh wants,
that'll be 4 life. Here comes
God.
mana, and then, like you said, the other Flooded Strand represents gaining 4 life on Nicholas Bradley's turn, and now suddenly, Omnath enters the fray, and this is what we're talking about. Suddenly the door feels like it's slamming shut for Nicholas Bradley and his ability to win this game as this Omnath continues to trigger turn after turn.
Oh, it's so
going to be
brutal.
really powerful.
And there's an endurance in hand. There's double solitude. I mean, that is
here's a copy of Solitude. Why don't we get rid of that ledger shredder?
It's the connive. That's nice.
Get a little connive action for your trouble, at least.
Take that one with you.
Let's see. Bobble may be a little slow at this point.
Man, Nicholas was like in such a good spot too.
Yeah, I mean that's it, right? Like Nicholas had did it all right, protected the threats, kind of stumbled Josh with the counter spells and was laying the beat downs with the flying evasive creatures, but literally that one stumble on that one expressive iteration, and suddenly Omnath's just slamming the door shut. And that is the power of this 4-color blink deck, especially in this particular matchup, where things like life totals matter a lot. Omnath just gains so much life, and when you're looking at cards and mana and just the ability to catch up from all of the stumbling that the Murktide deck has kind of forced you into, Omnath just fixes all your problems, and we're seeing that at work right here, right now. Here's an endurance.
What I will say is that turn where Nicholas played expressive iteration, so they had 3 mana available. It is so juicy to want to iteration because your chances of hitting a land are probably pretty good. I don't know the exact percent at that point in the game, but pretty high, I would assume. But it's so juicy to want to use that spell. But I think maybe Nicholas will go back and watch this game and think, maybe I should have just waited because they knew about Omnath hanging out. So I don't know. It's tough. If you do wait, you stumble on lands. If you don't wait, you have this. This is the thing that happens. So it's really, really a tight squeeze.
For sure. And Unholy Heat's the draw, would normally answer Omnath. Josh Warsaw, confident enough to be like, look, I have another Omnath. I'll just reveal that to you. I mean, we can keep
Gosh.
playing if you want. Just expressive iteration. I think Josh Warsaw likes his position here quite a bit. Murktide, Steam Vince, Dragon's Rage Channeler. Dragon's Rage Channeler does threaten to maybe fill up the graveyard really quickly. Maybe turn on this Unholy Heat for shutting down this Omnath. But if you turn on Delirium, then you have to run your Dragon's Rage Channelers directly into this Endurance. So, problems on multiple areas of the playmat for Nicholas Bradley.
Yeah, when your opponent leans back in the chair with their arms crossed and just starts staring at you, that's probably the worst feeling.
You think that might be a time where it might be time to start doing the math on your odds to succeed this game, huh?
Yeah, that's rough. My opponent's, bouncing their legs, their arms crossed, just staring at me, waiting for me to scoop my cards up. I'm like, all right, listen, I paid money to play.
Like, are we doing this? Are we good? We can play it out. Like we can play it out if you want. I mean,
I paid money
to put this bounce the ball off your face for a few turns. Yeah. Oh, I love moving my cards around. I showed up with this deck. Like, yeah.
I will resolve my cantrip before I scoop my cards. Thank you very much. All right, so Bradley
for sure. I mean, that's very much me. I'm gonna resolve your cantrips before you scoop up your cards. I love casting the expressive iteration. I'm gonna get my equity out of it.
You gotta squeeze all the juice out of the orange before you put it in the trash cans. So
for sure. And now suddenly, the last hero of our top four may be looking like they will be felled to Josh Warsaw, and the power of Omnath Locust creation might be revving up for another 4-color blink mirror for Zach Allen, who just dispatched Jesse Robkins in the semifinals. Have to wonder if, Zach maybe foresaw this playing out this way, not just with his deck building, not just with his approach, but even his execution as he finds himself once again in the finals of an NRG trial in the modern format.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to scoop up an energy drink or a coffee or something to have another 4-color mirror happen in the finals.
you gotta get excited about it. This is gonna be on that action.
Yeah, I'm pumped.
I love it. And here's the beatdowns. A lot of power coming across. 17 points, right?
Yeah, it's quite a bit.
No, I'm sorry. It is only 13. Math is very difficult for me at this early in the morning, but fortunately, it's not difficult for Josh, as here's an Unholy Heat, this one without Delirium. Josh says, okay, sure, that's fine. You can kill my Solitude.
It's so funny.
Get a couple surveils at it first.
That's another Endurance just hanging out in Josh's hand, too. Like, yeah, all right, whatever. You want to fill the graveyard? Cool.
Yeah, I mean, this would normally threaten to make some Dragon's Rage Channelers 3/3s, maybe make them a little bit better at blocking here. Maybe can align something like a double block on Omnath, try to stifle that. But we already know Josh is another Omnath. Josh is another Endurance. Everything coming up Josh Warsaw here. Nicholas really just can't catch a break.
Yeah, brutal stuff.
Looks like going to do a little bit of math.
Taking it. Just take it. That's good.
All right.
Is there a way? Is there a way? No, there's not, because of this Endurance. I would say, is there a way that Nicholas could squeak in 7 points? Now 10 points because the Solitude hit. Does not look like it at this point, though.
Yeah, if there's a land drop, then it's 14 points. There's a lot of problems when it comes to trying to assemble a direct damage kill with things like lightning bolts and Dragon's Rage Channelers here. As you mentioned, the Endurance certainly going to be a problem among the mix. I have to imagine that is the door on all outs for Nicholas Bradley, is another copy of Endurance. But even beyond that, even if just a land plus buy Yorion and play Yorion, right? Do we have 8 mana for that? If we do, I think that's just a problematic thing on its own right.
There's 3 mana, maybe.
Yeah, it looks.
My biggest problem. My biggest problem with the 4-color blink deck is.
What's your biggest problem with the 4-color blink deck?
Is I can no longer play Dredge because of this deck. There's too many Endurance that I just can't play the deck anymore. I just can't do it.
I think if you gave me a list of things that disappoint me about the 4-color deck and its impact on the modern metagame, the removal of Dredge from the metagame as a downside might be close to the bottom.
Yeah.
I don't think that is something that I would even necessarily consider a bug. That is a feature to me.
You know what? Speak for yourself.
I am noticing a rift in how you and I prefer to play Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, I like my graveyard decks.
That's fair. Honestly, Endurance is frustrating for me as the Dragon's Rage Channeler player, right? That card we're seeing this in action in HD right here. Endurances versus Dragon's Rage Channelers. That's That's my frustration with the pitch elementals. Is it makes my cheap Izzet cards look embarrassing when your cards cost 0 mana.
Yeah, card's quite good. So you see the namesake of the Izzet Murktide deck getting put on the stack here. Figuring out for how much.
2 counters potentially.
That's what it looks like up there. I believe it's Unholy Heat and Archmage's Charm up there hanging out.
Murktide region looks like a little bit of discussion here. Trying to figure out how we want to cast this Murktide Regent. Want to leave the land or not? I have to imagine you kind of want to leave the land. Nicholas disagrees. Here's 2 counters, a 5/5. Impressive, honestly, that this Murktide Regent was able to come down with counters after double endurance.
Yeah, you know. All right, I'm gonna scoop them up here. So Josh Warsaw gonna punch their ticket to the finals. Gonna be rewarded with a mirror match here as we come back to us. Yeah, I mean, I think again, I hammered it when it happened. Is we're gonna go back and rewatch that. If you want to go back and rewatch that game, you're gonna see that turn where we had bounced an Omnath with a subtlety on the Izzet Murktide side, had a counterspell in hand with 3 lands, chose to tap 2 of them to expressive iteration, didn't find the 4th land. I think that was the big turning point of the game. Obviously, just stumbled on a land and couldn't counterspell. Just the 4-color player just kind of did their thing and was like, oh, well, there's no resistance here. I might as well just play all my stuff. And really swung the game around. And it was crazy how fast it turned from like, oh, the Murktide player's in pretty good shape. Giant Legislator. This might do it. And then it was just like complete 180. Game swung for the 4-color deck. And here we are.
Yeah, I think when you talk about this 4-color deck and its rise to prominence in the modern metagame, a lot of times people point to the Modern Horizons 2 cards as being, indicative of the problem and the presence of so many cards from that set in particular. And I think that may be part of the equation, but a really big part of the glue that puts this deck together is Omnath Locus of Creation. We see it time and time again on camera. The deck's behind. It's behind on every resource. It's behind on board. It's behind on life. It's just trying to make its land drops. Then suddenly Omnath enters play with like 4 or 5 lands, and you have a single fetch land, and suddenly the door is slammed shut for the opponent. And Omnath just snowballs the game from there. And that's an important part of what we're going to see in the finals too. In this 4-color blink mirror is Omnath Locus of Creation's ability to snowball a game out of control.
Yeah, a lot of that, I think, a lot of Omnath's power, like obviously the text on the card itself is good, but the little bottom right corner where it says 4/4, that is really difficult to get off the table. And Modern right now is just not suited to have removal to get it off the table once it hits. We saw it there. We had to play a bunch of cards to try and get it off the table. We were looking for Unholy Heat as like the one real answer that was available to the Murktide deck, and a lot of decks just aren't playing removal that looks good against the 4/4. And it just kind of just sits there and does its thing, gets incremental the card advantage, it replaces itself, the life, all those things. It's like, well, it's just going to sit there. So I think it's a great card to be playing in Modern right now because just the removal just doesn't line up very well against it.
For sure. And obviously it pitches to all the elementals. It really just, like I said, it's the glue that puts a lot of this deck together. You can point to a lot of cards from Modern Horizon sets, but Omnath certainly an extremely important part of the equation. And, both Josh Warsaw and Zach Allen choosing to register their 4-color blink decks, 4 copies of Omnath. They know as well as anybody, and they are gearing up for a high-stakes finals here. Now, let's see what these players are playing for before we dive down into our finals match. This is a 10K Modern Trial. So you can see there, $2,400 to the winner, as well as 30 NRG points. Very big for Zach Allen, who is number 7 on our leaderboard at the moment.
Yeah, Zach putting up a few great performances in a row. Obviously, just won the team event with Jesse Robkin and Zoe Riederman. Picked up a ton of points for that and a trophy. It'd be nice to put another piece of hardware on the mantle there if you're Zach Allen. He's going to have another battle. I believe he's played 4-color for all 3 of the elimination rounds. I'm not 100% sure on the first one. Actually, he played mono green Tron. That's right. I did see the things that we can't speak about.
Obsidian Charmon massacre.
Yeah, if you want to see that, I believe that's on camera. That was something to watch. Ephemerating the Obsidian Charmon was just that was a lot for me to watch. And
Absolutely.
so anyways, playing for first place 2,400, second place 1,200, and then obviously huge start to the season. This is our first event for season 2, so starting with 25 or 30 points, you're in the driver's seat to qualify for our end of the season championship. So a big tournament here for these folks, and I'm excited actually to watch them, especially on our next few events. You can see the season 2 schedules actually down there on the bottom as well. We have our next event there. So July 30th and 31st, that's what, like 6 weeks away at this point. So we're going to take a small break here on the NRG Series, but we'll be back in the Chicago area at the end of the month in July. Be playing some more modern 10,000 on Saturday, Sunday Legacy $5,000 trial. So we'll see how that metagame shakes out too. It's a good time. And then if you're so inclined, a week after my birthday, August 27th and 28th, we're going to be in St. Louis. It's actually the first time we've been to St. Louis on the NRG Series, so I'm expecting big things from there. I know there's a lot of good card shops. A lot of people I speak to in the room are like, yeah, I'm from the St. Louis area. There's this card shop, this card shop. So expecting a pretty big turnout for that one there. And that is a team event, which have been really popular, not only just in Magic as a whole, but on our series as well. I believe we had 300 players or some crazy amount. No, how many was it? 300. There's tons of players show up for these team tournaments, and I mentioned Zach Allen, Jesse Robkin, and Zoe Riemann won the last one. So team showdown's a ton of fun, a lot of money at stake. And then if that doesn't work out for you, Sunday there's a 5K for Modern also. So I expect it to be a giant event in August. And we're picking up steam. We've capped the events back-to-back weekends here on NG Series. So make sure, again, if you have the means and you know you're coming to our tournaments, please pre-register. I can't stress that enough. It's not fun to be on the wait list. We do our best with staffing and things like that to accommodate everyone, but please go pre-register. Helps us forecast, helps you get in the tournament. So make sure to do that if you think you're coming out to one of our tournaments.
Absolutely, got to be a little prepared. It's asking a lot of, especially me. I always am just like, whatever. I'll register eventually, and then I inevitably forget. But a little bit of preparation goes a long way.
Yeah, definitely. So I think we're going to take a small break here while the players get ready for the finals. Again, we're going to bring that to you in its entirety. So stick around for that, as well as we have Pioneer coming after that. Drake and I will take a quick 5-minute breather once the finals ends, and we'll bring some Pioneer after that. But stick around. We're just a few minutes away from our finals for our modern event today. right, everybody, welcome back. I've just been told I look beautiful today by another person, so I'm feeling on top of the world.
True.
We're getting ready to do the finals here for this modern event. So Zach Allen is going to be playing here again, trying to repeat as a winner and add some more hardware. I really like the build of his deck. I would say going into this mirror match, Drake, what are you thinking?
No, I very much hard to argue with both his deck building approach as well as his actual execution. We talked about Zach Allen disposing of his teammate in Minneapolis in the semifinals in a 4-color mirror. Gets to try to do it again here against Josh Warsaw in the finals, going for, as you said, back-to-back trophies on back-to-back NRG events. That's an impressive feat. Zach Allen really showing a lot of I guess, dominance here on the NRG Series, and an impressive showing. And Josh Warsaw, obviously he's dispatched a fair bit of 4-color of his own in this event. So, both players very familiar with the matchup. Both players made it very far in this tournament, but there could only be one winner. Can't be more excited to see how this plays out.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely excited to watch this one. Two players obviously well versed with their decks. It's a tough field. I was talking to Max Kahn during the thing, and we kind of lamented at the fact that we used to do like 80-player tournaments in store, and it's like there's there was always like good players, and there was like a handful like really great players, and now you walk in and you look at it and you're like, well, how do you even win one of these things? It's like it's crazy. Like, I'm washed up beyond belief. I couldn't even like sniff a cash finish in one of these things anymore. So being able to go back to back in the way, like the dominance that you mentioned that Zach has produced over the last couple months is super impressive. And I'm interested to see what his opponent, has to offer. And obviously played quite well. One of the final two remaining players playing quite good deck. So I'm interested to see how this one shakes out. Looks like we're jumping in now. They're shuffling up a little bit, which and check it out. There you go, right there. 2022 championship
trophy
trial
on
winner.
the table. This is what
Yeah,
you're playing for.
All the marbles. All the marbles.
All the
here.
marbles. It's actually probably not made of marble. I don't know what it is, but yeah.
Oh, we spare no expense on the NRG series. Actually, Zach, that thing, Drake, is actually made of marble.
That thing's made of marble. Okay.
Yeah, it's we spare no expense. Clear marble.
I'm impressed. Yeah, I'm impressed with the ingenuity. Not just that you were willing to spare no expense and make a marble trophy, but that it was clear marble. That's impressive.
It's really heavy to ship. So I mean, it is what it is.
Well, it's not heavy for Josh to pick up and move out the way. He says, "I'll take this later. Thank you very much." Zach,
I mean, he has to shuffle an 80-card deck all day. He must be jacked. What do you mean?
He's got those shuffling arms ready to go. They sling trophies. They shuffle Yorian decks. Josh just truly a beefcake.
All right, so both players going to lead on a couple fetch lands here. Zach has the privilege of being on the play here based on that number 5 seed, and Josh is the number 7. It looks like, so pretty big. I would say. Obviously, the turn 2 Planeswalker quite potent in this matchup.
Yeah, which one's that? Which Planeswalker is that? Have we seen that Planeswalker?
Oh, I thought we were gonna be able to see it, but I guess not. I guess there's no Ren and 6 in Zach's hand.
Oh, okay. Ren and 6. Yeah, that's a good one. Tapped land from Zach Allen. And interesting. It looks like Zach might be on a mulligan, given how few cards are in his hand. No turn 2 Ren, no turn 2 counterspell. Josh has to be happy with that.
Yeah, it does. It does look like Zach has only a few cards in hand. So, Josh Warsaw. Shields are down for Zach. This is a good time to jam in if you got anything for Josh.
Yeah, Josh's kingdom for his own Ren and 6 if he has one.
Oh yeah,
Josh sporting a lot more cards, and sure does. That's gonna be a pretty good one.
Oh, that dice big die has to go. Dice has to go immediately. I did not sign up for this.
It's the big die. Josh not only has big arms, big die. He's just got everything. Right, one dead Ren and 6 though. Prismatic Ending gonna take care of that one.
Yeah, I would say Zach has the answer, which is good. And, Josh accidentally shows off a Solitude. That one's not a land. I know those cards have a lot of text. Yeah, they have a ton of text, but it's not actually a land.
Because it's not one of those like the flip lands, the cards you can like flip over from the Zendikar Rising. Play that one as a land. Why not? The elementals already do it all. Just play them as lands too.
Please do not give Wizards of the Coast any ideas if you don't mind, Drake. The last thing I
you
want
don't
is
like
for
my
the-
card design? I think they should
No,
hire me. I think I got this.
take a minute to
Oh.
shuffle here as players playing pretty quickly here the first couple turns.
Yeah, I appreciate that. These rounds are untimed. We are in the finals of our first showing in Michigan, and what a showing it was. Capped Modern event, 4-color mirror in the finals. Zach Allen looking for a repeat performance of the Minneapolis performance, the very last weekend from NRG. He won a trophy, took it home in the legacy seat for the team of Zoe Reederman, Jesse Robkins, and himself. Now looking to win in the modern seat, showing a little bit of range out of Zach Allen.
Yeah, I love Zach's choice for Legacy. He plays like the Days Undoing deck, and that's like one of my favorite decks to watch. It's another one of those decks where like when it turns the corner, it just like puts you in a sleeper hold basically.
Yeah, that's very much true, and very much more Zach Allen speed than any kind of blue-red Delver shenanigans, which clearly is my weapon of choice if we're talking the legacy format. I love my Izzet cards in every format, and you're never going to pry expressive iteration from my cold dead hands. Love that card. And speaking of, here's an expressive iteration for Josh Warsaw.
Yeah, looks like trying to get ahead on some cards. Zach's in a tough spot.
Yeah.
On a mulligan here.
Hard to argue with that. Zach low on cards and behind on resources. Now, we did see Zach in the semifinals kind of mitigate being behind on mana very well against Jesse Robkin, preventing himself from moving discards, using his resources very, very efficiently, and making sure that he didn't fall too far behind. We'll see if he can do the same while behind on cards. As here is a Teferi Time Raveler. Wonder if we're interested in picking up our Ice Fang Quaddle, draw some more cards, try to catch back up, and that's exactly what we're going to do here.
Yeah, it looks quite good, and again, it's heads up by Zach, so there's a forest in play, a basic forest for Josh, so no counter spell was available that turn. The 2 Triomes are tapped, so good time to try and deploy that Teferi, and it resolves. Draws a card, picks back up that Ice Fang Quaddle, which is going to draw some more cards, and Zach's right back in this game.
Absolutely, and planeswalkers are always part of the equation. We've seen that time and time again when it comes to these mirrors. That static ability from Teferi Time Raveler. It's no secret that one's powerful. Our rare addition from War of the Spark, going to prevent Josh from responding at all going forward until it is removed. And of course, every few turns can end up drawing a card. In this case, going to kind of draw 2 cards by being able to pick up Ice Fang Quaddle, which does have an ETB ability to draw a card.
Sure.
Josh Warsaw adding another forest to the mix.
Lots of forests.
Lots of forests. Very much a sore sight for the Matt Bimonte. I have it.
Oh yeah.
Not a forest player. And here's a Wren. That one's going to pick off the remaining Teferi and a Teferi for Josh. And suddenly, Josh is setting the turn back, convincingly ahead. We'll see what Zach can assemble.
All right, Drake, I'm going to ask you a question. It's not a trick question or anything like that, but
okay.
You're going to learn a lot about me this weekend, the next few hours. So,
all right. I'm here for it.
How do you feel about planeswalkers?
How do I feel about planeswalkers? Okay, well that's very broad because in general, I think planeswalkers are awesome. I hate the War of the Spark planeswalkers a lot. A lot.
Okay.
Planeswalkers shouldn't also be static stacks pieces. That's really very not my speed.
All right. I can respect that answer. That's very diplomatic. I can respect that.
Yeah, I love whatever, some of the ones that are a lot more modest, like Jace Beleren. Let's go back to the Lorwyn planeswalkers. Those were an awesome
Solemn Visitor. That card's fine.
Sure, yeah, exactly. That card's extremely modest. Teferi of any variety of the blue whites, like Time Raveler, not great. Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, not great. Even Jace the Mind Sculptor, I can kind of get behind. It's kind of cool, but that card's obviously over the line in a lot of formats. These Wrenn and 6 at 2 mana. Come on, Oko. What are we doing?
What are we doing? All right,
here's Eternal Witness.
Yeah, that's a different version of the new art. There's so many versions of cards, but I can pick that one out. That's good.
Yeah, that's the old border one I was talking about. See, that's my favorite. That's my favorite Eternal Witness. Give me that old border. Give me that Chris
it looks
Ron
good.
artwork. Oh, it's beautiful. Yeah, it's gorgeous.
I
See,
like
Josh Warsaw has it figured out. And here's an endurance in response. Going to pitch the Iceman Quaddle that was picked up earlier. Don't have 3 mana untapped. So we do have to pitch cast that one to shut down the Eternal Witness. Really valuing that extra card from Eternal Witness.
Yeah.
Zach Allen, it's going to happen.
Yeah, not bad.
Still a 2-1 for Josh's troubles.
This is the back and forth we play with Ren and 6 and Eternal Witness versus, opposing Endurance. It's quite the chess match.
Have to agree with you there. Going to buy Yorion as well. And return the Misty Rainforest. Josh Warsaw smartly waiting to fetch until after a potential Endurance could happen. So Endurance going to shut down the Eternal Witness, but Ren still going to be able to tick up and return the Misty Rainforest that Josh Warsaw just grabbed. Little heads up sequencing there. Endurance should be on your radar. Here's a Prismatic Ending coming after the Eternal Witness instead of the Ren and 6. What do you think of that?
Yeah, that's really interesting. I guess I would have to ask that because I don't know why we would go after that other than, we just want to preserve our life total, I suppose. But
maybe keeping your Planeswalkers in play is part of the equation, although Ren can pick it off. I think maybe he's scared of something like Ephemerate.
Could be that.
Yeah. Either way, Josh Warsaw going to quickly fetch for basic snow-covered plains here. Yorion available. We can only really flicker. That may be the secret here. The Yorion value is a lot lower with no Eternal Witness in play. And we do see Josh Warsaw elect to not even deploy Yorion quite yet. Not enough value that you can even get out of that. I think Ren would actually go down in loyalty. So you would really just get a 4/5 flyer for your trouble. We can do a lot better than that, says Josh Warsaw.
This is a huge turn for Zach. If this Ren and 6 resolves, he's able to get. I think he has an Omnath in hand too, which is a huge play.
For sure. The Omnath, I think we see Zach sandbagging this Omnath turn after turn. We see Omnath plus fetch land. I think a big part of this is Zach, he knows Omnath is an extremely big part of the equation when it comes to being able to catch back up and honestly, get ahead in this matchup. So now after the Ren happens, the way looks like it might be clear. We're going to go ahead and deploy Omnath. We'll see what Josh has to say about that one. Trigger on the stack. We see this happen by multiple players multiple times. An important sequence. Do not give the active player priority to play their fetch land. Solitude going to come into play. Exile Omnath. Omnath's trigger still going to draw a card.
Yeah, this is... Man, these cards, these evoke cards are just so nuts.
He didn't even evoke it. He cast it for 5 mana.
I know, but think about it. It's so ridiculous.
It is powerful. It's kind of the Force of Will thing, right? Where it's like a lot of times you're pitch casting these, but the manual mode comes up. Maybe arguably more in this deck than Force of Will comes up in Legacy. And here's Abundant Growth going to improve the Force.
The craziest part to me about this deck is like Josh has done a ton of things this game, a ton, and he still just has 7 cards in hand. He might actually have 8 cards at this point. I think he has 7 cards in hand. Just I tap out, use my mana every turn, keep deploying stuff, and I got 7 cards. Pass.
Yeah, I will say it feels good for those that revel in the pleasures of executing Magic fundamentals. This deck is very much, I guess, a guilty pleasure for that. You get to just tap out every turn, use all your mana, all your cards replace themselves. There's a lot of little interactions that you can optimize. There's a lot of play to this matchup for players that find that to be one of the more exquisite things in life. I find this deck would probably be an extremely good option and something that would be appreciated. For those of you that don't take pleasure in that, maybe a little less interested in the dominating power of this 4-color blink deck as we see a mirror in the finals.
So was down to 6 cards, and now is going to cast Yorion, blink, blink.
Yorion looks to be a little better here, just being able to cash out for a card. Go ahead and, we can exact point into Yorion. Do you want to exile your Yorion with Solitude? No? Okay.
You got to try, I guess, huh? So 7 cards in hand for Josh. I think it's just a pair for Zach. One of them is Omnath, which is quite good, but staring it down here. This is going to be a tough game for Zach to get back into.
Absolutely. Now, if any card can do it, it's going to be Omnath. Omnath into something like an expressive iteration could be huge. Even just like maybe Yorion with like a couple other things could be, big enough to get Zach Allen back in this game. And that really is the consistent power of Omnath. Zach potentially could be the first one here to have an unchecked Omnath. Can't really see any other Solitudes in Warsaw's hand to make absolutely sure. Looks like a land the pickup. Going to go ahead and deploy Yorion. This one's going to stifle the bleeding, so Zach does not fall behind on life total. Just pass the turn back.
Imagine just having to play that just as a vanilla 4/5 flyer.
Not indicative of feeling you are very far ahead, I think. I think just the 4/5 flyer for 5 is not the rate that the Blink deck is looking for.
What is this? Okay, so this was heads up by Josh. You can get the 4 points in for free because there's activation on Ren looming. So Zach not willing to make
blocking not going to do Zach any good. Can't attack with the Solitude though. That one doesn't get it done. So Yorion successfully holding back the Solitude, not going to successfully hold back the Yorion itself. As here's an Ephemerate on Yorion. Oh yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Flick the Yorion. Going to go ahead and exile the Solitude and the Abundant Growth. That's going to exile your Yorion when the Solitude re-enters, and Abundant Growth is going to draw a card again. That Ephemerate, if I understand correctly, should be in Rebound. Yep, there we go. Exile zone for Rebound. Put that one on top. Remember that one on upkeep.
Man, it is so gross to watch this deck. When it fires on all cylinders, it is disgusting to watch.
Yeah, you talked about how many things Josh Warsaw's doing. And look, he just spent that turn. Felt like he did a ton of things, but he only committed a single Ephemerate that's going to happen again on next turn.
Exactly.
Lightning Bolt targeting Solitude. Going to happen in combat. Zach stifling the bleeding.
Goodness gracious.
And another Ephemerate on Yorion. Whatever. I don't need the damage. We'll just flicker this, and I will get to draw my card again. Here's Teferi Time Raveler. And suddenly the door looks to be closing very quickly for Zach. Now, Zach Allen, we do know, has access to an Emrakul the Promised in his main deck. So, as much as it looks like he's hopelessly behind, he's not out of this quite yet. Eldamir's Call can find it. He can naturally draw it. And that card could potentially slam him right back into the game.
Yeah. Man.
Renin 6, the pickup. That one's not a Emrakul the Promised End. Will it resolve? It will. Returning Flooded Strand. Hold that one for later Omnaths. Go ahead and pass the turn back. Ephemerate, thinking about casting it. They believe chose not to.
Is there a reason that Solitude wouldn't attack there?
Yeah, interesting to see no Solitude attack with Zach having no cards in hand. Maybe I missed something there. Abundant Growth, going to go ahead and draw a card. Going to fetch.
We're just looking for Emrakul or Eldamir's Call off the top, and we'll see. If that's not good enough, nothing is.
I have to agree with you on that one. And even still, Josh has a lot of resources in hand, so I have to imagine the Emrakul turn for Zach Allen would be very powerful. But, based on what's on board, there isn't exactly, a ton we can do. We can, shoot our own Planeswalkers with Ren or whatever, just not activate other Planeswalkers. But in general, the damage that can be done by just what we see on board isn't overly high. So we'll be relying a lot on whatever Josh has in hand in order to make the Emrakul turn extremely potent.
All right, draws, sends it back.
All right, Izzet Emrakul the Promised End? Zach pulling the graveyard apart, counting types.
Yeah. It's kind of like the old pickup when you had a Snapcaster Mage. It's like, I'm just going to look through my graveyard real quick. Nothing to see.
Let me just let's take a look at this. No big. I'll look at yours too, just for posterity. Just see what you've been through, Just kind of seeing what's the context here. Can't try to telegraph too hard. Zach Allen doing some mana math. Did we have an Emrakul?
No way. Let's see. All right, looks like Josh is going to ask a question away from the table real quick. Some sort of interaction they want to be sure about. I'm assuming.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's a ton of micro interactions. We have the Teferi static going. Every card has a triggered ability. Emrakul has a cast ability. There's just so much.
I think there's a dress down in Josh's hand, which does not stop Emrakul because that's on cast. It's not, it's not an ETB ability or
Yeah,
anything
that's
like
not going to
that.
stop anything.
Yep.
Maybe pointing to Teferi, trying to find out how some stuff works.
All right.
Josh Warsaw, so many lands in play, kind of spilling off screen. Here comes the beatdown. 7 points coming across for Zach, and the door is closing fast. I think this has to be the turn. Even something like a Ren down tick could threaten to finish the game quickly if, even an Emrakul happens. So we're going to have to see. It has to be a really good one for Zach Allen. What do we have?
2 lands. All right.
That ain't it. So that will end game one. It's interesting to see Zach Allen lose so many game ones or whatever. At least lose this game one in the 4-color mirror, given that he very clearly slanted his deck. But it does seem that he mulliganed low. Josh Warsaw had a very timely Ren and 6 and was easily able to close this game out.
Yeah. I'm not sure what he mulliganed to. I thought he might have had 5 or 6 cards in his hand there. Obviously, the resource, maximizing your resources is a big deal for these mirror matches. You can gain them back with abundant growths and obviously blinking your creatures over and over again. But just started off behind and didn't really ever get a chance to turn the corner. And Josh just kind of stuck it to him and kept doing things. Like I mentioned, every turn was doing something and then had a full grip to gas back up. So good for Josh with taking game one. Sounds like we're going to get to the deck list here in just a second, and we'll go through kind of the sideboard differences here. So Josh Warsaw's deck, you can see there. Again, these decks, I don't think they have a ton for the sideboard matchups. I mean, his Emrakul is hanging out in the sideboard though.
Yeah, a lot of them, that's where they choose to put their Emrakul. If it's not in the main deck, they have one in the sideboard. A big question when it comes to that is how many copies of Eladamri's Call are there to find it? Looks like we saw Jesse had one in the sideboard to pair with the Emrakul. Josh Warsaw, I see at least 1 copy of Eladamri's Call. Can't get a great look for the total number, but it looks like either way, it's not 4. And I believe Zach Allen has all 4.
Of the Eldamri's Call, I think there's 2 in Zach's deck. There's 1. Looks like only 1 here in Josh's deck.
There's only 2 in. Well, either way, that's the big equation when you're talking about Emrakul. When you're talking about Emrakul and the ability to find Emrakul, you're looking at the Emrakul itself, which there's almost always at least 1. And then you're talking about what are the differences in the numbers of Eladamri's Call. And that's going to be the big end game, right? Like outside of the Omnath stuff, the Planeswalkers matter a lot. The Omnath stuff matters a lot. And we did see Jesse Robkin successfully, kind of get underneath, take a little bit of a flash tempo role, pairing the counter spells with some of the early bodies. So there's a lot of different approaches you can take based on your hand composition. Being an 80-card deck, your hands are going to look quite a bit different. But in general, these games are going to go long, and the Emrakul can be the trump card. And so you need to be conscientious of your, abilities to find Emrakul and actually having your own Emrakul.
Yeah, that is 2 versus 1 here. So Josh does have 1 Eldamri's Call, and when we look over here at Zach Allen's deck list, there are 2 copies in the main deck. So, the late game fighting for Emrakul or Solitudes or Furies, whatever it is, even Omnath sometimes is Zach has more ability to find those specific cards based on the tutor effect, like Eldamri's Call here.
Yeah, that's very reasonable. And, we talk about this as Emrakul is one of the biggest sideboarding changes. When you're talking about being a dominant deck in the metagame, a lot of times it's still very incorrect to hedge your deck too aggressively in order to beat the mirror. That was something we talked about earlier today, is how much should you, prepare your deck just to beat up on the mirrors? And in general, the answer is not much, because no matter how many changes you make, you don't gain as much of an edge. Your opponent still has access to the same cards you do and are going to have the same play patterns a lot of the time. One of the biggest things you can do in order to swing this matchup is play more Eladamri's Calls and play Emrakul. And that is very much what Zach Allen's doing in this mirror in the finals. But, as much as Zach is doing that, he's approaching it, wanting a little bit of an edge in the mirror. We saw him still lose game 1 to a low mulligan. So it doesn't necessarily guarantee you're going to win the mirror, but I do think Zach is still going to be ahead going into these sideboard games, and he's going to be on the play. So we'll see if Zach can find a little bit of a better 7, at least maybe a 6 with a little bit more action, and give us a little bit more of a competitive game here in game 2.
Sure. Yeah, it's again, Zach was on the play for game one also, but we'll see if that helps here once we board a
Right.
little bit. I'm wondering, we mentioned like these lightning bolts and things like that. Is that something you keep in or you shave on? What do you think?
I have to imagine if you're shaving on anything, those are some of the worst things to shave on. The one for ones just aren't so overly exciting. They do a good job of taking care of any kind of eternal witness ephemerate action. But a lot of the time when that's actually on the table, that's something that's happening. It's so late in the game that just having your bolt is probably not going to be enough to claw yourself back in if that's something you're losing to anyway. So I have to imagine there's still some of your worst cards. But in general, like I said, I don't expect sweeping changes in the sideboard games anyway. But I imagine, yeah, part of the equation is going to be trimming down on some of the like worst removal spells, of which lightning bolt's probably at the bottom.
Yeah, and then just kind of grind each other into the card advantage and see. I mean, again, they're grindy matchups. So I saw a lot of people were in the draw bracket early with this deck, but these plays pretty fast. I thought game one was pretty reasonable, and sometimes one player has like a sweeping advantage. Like Josh has turned the corner really hard, and Zach really never put anything together. So I'm gonna hop down there and see game two, see what they get to. Hopefully, both players get to keep their sevens here.
Yeah, I'd love to see a nice competitive Magic here in the finals of our NRG Lansing, our first show in Michigan. Zach,
Yeah,
a Michigan
it's
native,
great.
showing out for the hometown.
Couple triomes, and looks like Zach has that very powerful turn two with a fetch land, no less, and has red
Well,
and
this is the
six.
way you want to do it. Red and 6 on turn 2, able to get immediate value. Gotta like Zach's position here on the play.
Yeah, quite good. I mean, hey, I would play a green deck if you told me that I could have 2 mana fetch land and red and six every time I pass back to my opponent. I'd play a green deck at that point.
Yeah, that's when that was what it would take for you to play a green deck.
Yeah,
Okay. You say you
that's
don't
what I'm
play
thinking.
green decks. Isn't Dredge a green deck? Don't they play Life from the Loam?
I don't know anymore. What are we doing? Take that big dice off the table. I'm gonna run down there.
The big dice. It's Zach's
Yeah,
turn with the big
don't,
dice.
yeah, don't make
Okay, all right.
don't
I have
make
a
me run
theory.
down there.
Maybe the big dice is what is indicative of who is going to win the game, right? Josh Warsaw busts
That
out the
could
big
be.
dice in game one. Now, Zach Allen busting out the big die here in game two. And we don't have enough big die for the both of us. So here is a Ren and 6 die. Gonna go ahead and tick up Ren and return a land, will Josh Warsaw. But Zach Allen gonna get to untap with his Ren and 6 first. Something like a prismatic ending could take care of Josh's and put Zach firmly in the lead again.
All right.
Draw step's going to be Eternal Witness. We got a fetch land, expressive iteration among the mix. See exactly what Zach wants to do. I'm sure a Ren and 6 plus is going to be part of the equation. What else do we have coming? Both Rens at
players.
4.
Yeah, both players have their optimal start here with the turn two planeswalkers, and
yeah. Zach with an Eternal Witness, not going to be great for trying to pressure this Ren. I mean, you can try to force a down tick, but that's really not the way to do it either. Pick the land back up. Will Zach Allen? Do we have something like an Ice Fang Quaddle? Looks like we might. That one on instep could do some work to pressure the Ren and 6. Have to imagine with us already making our land drops that expressive iteration is probably not too attractive, especially if we're looking for something like a prismatic ending to answer the opposing Ren and 6. Then, shooting it off here versus next turn, probably not wise. But it is unfortunate having to give Josh Warsaw another turn with the Ren and 6 completely unchecked.
all right, well, they're just gonna pass a little bit, and there's that Ice Fang for Zach.
Nice
Another
thing.
good way to
Have to
press your
imagine that's on
advantage.
instep. Yeah, we're quickly untapping here and drawing a card. Don't want that one picked off by Ren quite yet. At least get a point in first.
Yeah, Fury's pretty nice.
Yeah, Fury could finish up the Ren here if we want. I think expressive iteration gonna get cast. Rather cast that one than pitch it to Fury for sure. Josh Warsaw gonna respond.
And Zach kind of bluffs the Veil of Summer there. That was
You like
pretty
that?
nice.
Phil Summer would be a blowout. I can't imagine you're supposed to bring all those
No,
cards in on the mirror.
no way. Yeah, no way.
Yeah, they don't seem like they answer the big problems here.
Iteration gets counterspelled. I think it's probably a good time for this Fury, honestly. Maybe not. You want to save it for something more impactful?
Yeah, maybe was Zach already ahead on the Ren and 6 race to ultimate, right? Like talking about like how this card's ultimate, the emblem can close the door on a game just as fast as anything else.
Sure.
That's the thing with Zach. I'm sorry, the 4-color Blink Dex threats, right? They all kind of have the potential to snowball a game and end up winning in their own right. Zach Allen gonna go ahead and fetch. Get a great look. Looks like a Triome.
Yeah, looks like a Triome out there.
See if he's interested in pitching a Fury. Gonna pick up a land again.
Yeah.
And just a passing of the turn. Warsaw gonna tick up the Ren and 6. Oh no, tick down. Going to take care of the Ice Fang, and there's a Teferi follow-up. Pass the turn back. Quick magic from Josh Warsaw. No thinking here. Kill your thing. Here's my Planeswalker, go. Counterspell, not quite what you want to see under a Teferi.
Yeah. No, this is probably a much better play for this Fury. Yeah, I was thinking maybe you can use Ren and Fury to get Teferi off the table. That's a big investment, though, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you're basically committing your whole turn just to get Teferi off the table. It does deny Warsaw a card, but when you're already, whatever, this far ahead on cards and, obviously the mana, given that Zach Allen's on the play, maybe you have better options available, but all told, it's not that bad of a play because you do get to still put, you still get to further your own board state, right? Like Fury, pitch casting it on the Planeswalkers is one of the least appealing things you can do because, you're not getting ahead on board. You're just kind of answering something at the cost of cards. Whereas if you're able to hard cast it, you get to put a threat into play that is, obviously very big, the double strike mattering a lot. And you get to take care of, Warsaw's Planeswalkers. And we do see Zach kind of take that line as well. And that's part of what makes these elementals so good. You're referencing the evoke elementals are problematic. They're problematic not just because you can pitch cast them for free, but also, you can just cast them and they're good threats on their own.
Yeah, it's pretty good there for Zach. I mean, that's being able to hard cast a Fury is definitely not that bad.
I would definitely agree. Pass the turn back to Warsaw. Fetches a Triumph on instep. Once again, still behind on the Ren race. Gonna need to answer this Fury if Josh wants to keep his Ren around. Expressive Iterations to start.
Yeah. This card is very, very good.
And look, there's Expressive Iteration. Take a look at that powerful 2-mana sorcery. Look at the top of the card of your library. 1 in the hand, 1 in the bottom of your library, 1 in exile. Can play him this turn. The exiled card, that is. This one, freshly banned in Pioneer, our tournament that we're going to be watching after this. So this will be the last of Expressive Iteration you're going to see on coverage today in this match. Very, very powerful 2-mana sorcery. We'll see how Pioneer adapts without the inclusion of Expressive Iteration. And you have to wonder what Modern would look like with that card removed from the format as well.
Yeah, that's true. It'd be probably a little bit different landscape. Good point by our hidden member of coverage who said we need to use this now because we will not be able to show it the rest of the day, which is true.
Very true.
As you mentioned, Drake. So gonna pass it back to Zach. No, I mean this Fury is definitely looming here. I assume Josh has some answer to it.
Yeah, that's not a great answer at this point, right? Yeah, Icefang Quaddle doesn't even have Death Touch, would die to the first strike damage from double strike anyway, but would keep Josh Warsaw's Ren and 6 around. So, you still get to draw a card, but you're kind of just treading water. It's not the trade you're really looking for to optimize Icefang Quaddle. You're, like I said, you're just treading water. And now Counterspell, shields are down. Zach can deploy Omnath. That's exactly what he's going to do. Go ahead and draw a card. Maybe start generating some mana, and Eladamri's Call is the find. Well, that one's pretty good.
Yeah, that one that one's obviously going to be quite good several turns from now.
For sure. I mean, this is the squeeze, right? Like, there's a red that's ticking up, threatening to ultimate. There's a Fury that attacks for 6 every turn you don't answer it. Omnath threatens to snowball the game, and then as soon as Zach casts this Eladamri's Call, there's an Emrakul that can threaten to just slam the door. So just multiple axes of attack for Zach Allen. Josh Warsaw going to deploy his own Omnath. Zach going to respond. Have to imagine that counter spell he drew earlier is going to find itself a nice target.
Yeah, quite good here.
Absolutely. A little fetch and shock. Counterspell that Omnath. Can't let that one happen. If Zach gets to untap with Omnath here, it may be all over.
Yeah, it's quite
An
good.
attack for 10 among the floor of what will happen this turn.
Yeah, definitely. A pair of fetch lands too for Zach. So
That's
he's
a
already
lot.
able to keep it going.
Can we Eladamri's call for Emrakul and cast it this turn?
I'm trying to count how many cards are down there. So there's instant sorcery land, and I believe there's an Icewing in there. I'm not sure if that's an Icewing or not.
I think
I
it
think
is.
there's
Yeah, I
3
think it
types.
got picked off by Ren. So yeah, that would be instant sorcery creature land. That's 4
13.
types.
Yeah, it's 13, I believe, exactly with the reduction.
Ooh. Well, we'll see what Zach Allen decides to do. It may not be necessary, but deck lists are open. It's not like you're hiding any information by not going for it. I just want to see Emrakul on the camera.
Sure. Oh yeah. Yeah, why not?
Why not?
And looks like just the Eternal Witness with the mana. And again, there's mana floating from that Omnath when the fetch land entered the battlefield.
Very true. You got 4 mana floating. Eternal Witness. Gonna return Counterspell. Arguably the more conservative play.
Yeah.
Assuming our mana math is correct. But either way. Oh. All right. Well. Expressive Iteration gonna find Counterspell number 2 alongside a Ren and a land. Have to imagine that Counterspell number 2 is something you are pretty interested in. Gonna go ahead and get that Ren and 6 out of the way.
Yeah, this one feels like the door is closing rather quickly on Josh here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's not like it's even garbage time either. Like, actually, Josh is just dead on board, assuming this attack goes through without any fight. Yeah, and absolutely. Looks like there's nice Fang Quaddle. I'm going to go ahead and counterspell that one in combat. No, thank you. And that'll be a crunch for 10. Oh, no, we're going to get the Planeswalker off the table. Very heads up. Either way, I think it's still lethal on board, right? We have 12 damage next turn, 13 with the Ren. So, and Zach's still representing a copy of Counterspell. Has Eldamri's call and instep as well. Josh gonna need nothing short of quite a turn, a miracle of a turn, in order to claw his way back into game number 2. But either way, it looks like we may get all 3 games of our finals here.
Yeah, this is a pretty good one for Zach as it played out. And again, the turn 2 start of with the Ren and 6 kind of just set the tone for that entire game there. And as we get ready to go to a game 3, like you said, so super good start. Obviously, both players had their Ren and 6s, but being on the play is a big deal. That's for sure.
Can't deny that. And that game played out kind of what I think a lot of viewers would expect when you're talking about a 4-color blink mirror. We've seen some interesting roles taken by various players, given certain game contexts throughout the 4-color blink mirrors that we've seen across the weekend. And there, I mean, it literally was just a traditional slugfest of card advantage. And, you know, for some people, that's something they're super into. I frankly don't mind it. Others that are maybe a little more combo and proactive inclined, a little less appealing, but no matter what, some impressive showing and impressive navigation by both players as we get a game 3 with Josh Warsaw on the play for the first time in this match. Yep. You know, Zach a little bit behind then already off the gate, right?
Yeah, I'm just gonna call it now. We're gonna see Emrakul this game. It has to be.
We have to.
I just have to see one. So, but yeah, like you mentioned, being on the play for Josh, finally in game 3, it's gonna be a big deal. The turn 2 planeswalker, like the abundant growth in the turn 2 planeswalker is kind of where you want to be. And again, you get to, just like we saw Zach do, was able to like play a creature and just kind of ride it out, you know, with a counter spell. Use Eternal Witness to bring back another counter spell, and just able to push that advantage finally across the finish line. So Eventually, your opponent gets killed by your creatures. So that's kind of where
You're right. You just tread water on resources, and then eventually you'll win with whatever scraps are left. And the Fury kind of really being very emblematic of that. That Fury that was held, chose not to pitch cast that one, waited till turn 5, gave Josh another turn with the Ren and 6, but did end up hard casting it. It happened and took care of the Teferi. Ren finished the Teferi off. And then from then on, that Fury was just an imposing threat, being a 3/3 double strike throughout the rest of the game, and was a big part of the mix for pushing Zach over the finish line. Exciting game 3 here.
Yeah.
There's a lot on the line for both these players.
I think something that players that maybe play that deck can take from that game, especially there's a lot of things, but you mentioned the pitch cast not happening for the Fury and valuing not valuing how high up like the Ren and 6 was going to be, right? Because you could have done that right away and gotten Ren and 6 off the table, but able to leave it on the table a few turns. Said, you know what, that's fine. You're gonna pick up lands every so often. That's cool. We're gonna do the same thing, and then saving it for either a more problematic creature, whether it's an Omnath or something like that, or problematic Planeswalker in Teferi. I think really shows Zach's knowledge of how Fury should operate in the Dimir match like that. So if you're looking for something to take from that game as a 4-color player yourself, I think that's a big lesson to be learned from that game.
Definitely. I mean, Zach Allen's certainly one of the people that knows his way around some card advantage mirrors. A control player to heart through and through, 4-color blink. Pretty emblematic of a lot of the control style patterns. And, Zach Allen's an expert among that. And looking for back-to-back trophies and back-to-back NRGs. An impressive performance here, a mainstay of the NRG series at this point in his home state of Michigan.
Yeah.
Exciting timeline for Zach.
Yeah, Zach assured me that Saturday's event, so now it's spilling into today, Sunday's event, would sell out, and he was right. So we had about 315 players. We are down to 2 here, and in about 10, 15 minutes, we're going to have just 1. So really great showing from the Michigan crowd, and again, all of our other regulars that traveled. So thanks for that. I know I spoke to Sean Gallagher yesterday in an interview. He told me he traveled this many hours to get to this event
Wow.
by driving, which is crazy. It's amazing to see just how many people show up to our events. So again, you can get on our website and check it out. Make sure to pre-register for all those events if you haven't already, if you're planning on coming. And again, the seasonal thing is really cool how you get to qualify. So this is the first event of season 2. Today, starting just next round will be Pioneer, will be the second event of season 2. You can see all the dates listed here that we just brought up, and we qualify players every season. So don't think because you're behind on the overall point race that you can't qualify, because you most certainly can. Whether it's a one-shot event, or if you can string enough points together on the seasonal leaderboard to qualify, that is certainly attainable. So our end of the year championship is an amazing tournament too.
Very much agree. I love the work being done over here, and you can see the at-large points, what these are worth, and what these qualify you for. Got an end of the year NRG Series Championship. Ivan Espinosa won last year's, and so he gets to play again. See him there, number 20 on the leaderboard.
Yeah, good for Ivan. Had a great year last year. Had a pretty decent year rolling this year. Obviously, he's not at this event, unfortunately, but yeah, still down there in number 20. And all these players that are in orange obviously are qualified for the championship, as you mentioned there. And then the players in white are the next ones kind of moving up. A decent showing, I believe, by Zoe Riederman yesterday. Max McVitie had a rough day. I believe he went 0-2 and went actually next door to the there was like a hot tub convention or something like that. I believe he
good
went
for him. I love that for him.
So yeah, good for him. Zach Allen, you see number 7 is going to move really high up up the leaderboard here. I'd be surprised if he doesn't move up to at least 4th place here after this weekend. So trying to capitalizing, grab 30 points though here with this game 3 on the line.
Like you said, definitely a lot on the line for Zach Allen at number 7. Currently would be on the outside looking in for this season's qualifications. Zoe Riederman had a good performance here, but with Zach Allen potentially winning this tournament, could be coming from one of those end of season 2 slots for the NRG Championship. He's certainly off to a good start here on the finals of this event here on the draw for game number 3.
On the draw for game number 3, and Josh Warsaw does not have. Neither player actually has turn 2 Ren and 6, but going to go ahead and sit down this Ice Fang Coatl.
Ice-Fang Coatl, a good way to do it. It's a Ice-Fang Coatl. One of the elegant things about this card that I've found is when you're playing these styles of decks that hold up mana a lot of the time for counterspell, if you don't have to commit your counterspell, you get to just cast an Ice Fang for your trouble. It's not wasted mana. And I think that gives the card a lot of power over, I'd say, originator Baleful Strix, which does not have the flash mechanic.
Yeah, it just goes ahead and replaces itself, and it does a lot to fill this deck again. Just I remember playing this card when Oko was legal, and that was just like it was so embarrassing to play against people that weren't playing Oko and Ice Fang Kodo because they'd come to attack. Like, oh, finally I get to attack this Oko off the table. You just slam this thing, and you're like, yeah, here's this blocker that also sometimes has
here's this 1/1.
Yeah, well, most of the time has Death Touch, and your creature's dead. My Oko stays around. So,
and even if it wasn't dead, you just plus up on the Ice Fang and upgrade it to a 3/3 after it already drew a card. It's like, okay, well, now it's just better in combat and laying the beat down. Just Ice Fang and Oko certainly went hand in hand, an impressive synergy. Although Oko doesn't need that much help to begin with. Card's messed up undeniably.
Yeah, pretty good.
Zach gonna flash in an Ice Fang of his own. We do see a Red and 6 in Zach's hand. 3 mana representation from Josh Warsaw. Probably don't want to run that one directly into a counter spell. So Zach very quickly just gonna play 3rd land past the turn. Shock for Josh Warsaw. Breeding Pool is untapped and a passing of the turn. In-step fetch. Probably grabbing a Triome.
It's
developing
really
mana, getting all the colors.
Yeah, I was thinking it's really funny because in game 2 we watched them tap out for like the first 4 turns in a row, and in this game it's just like land go, flashing my flyer, land go. It's so funny how this deck is just able to play like both roles so well.
Yeah, like that's what we were talking about earlier, right? Is the flexibility of this deck, right? Like you can try to just flash a bunch of creatures in and play this like almost like flash tempo deck with your endurances and your elementals that have flash and Ice Fang Coatls and all that stuff. Or you can take a more traditional control approach by pitch casting all the elementals, using them as removal and recouping card advantage with things like the Omnaths and the Ren and 6s and Yorians. So being able to really pivot and take any of these roles like you just mentioned really just gives this deck so much power. And Ren actually is going to resolve, but response to the plus, here comes Endurance.
I like that play a lot from Josh. Really heads up. Gonna stop Zach from grabbing another land here. And Zach has Counterspell in hand, so choosing not to value that Endurance very highly, which I think is probably the right play at this point.
Well, it's interesting, right? Because now if you want to keep your if you want to keep your Ren and 6 around, you have to make some kind of block with Ice Fang. And I have to imagine if Josh Warsaw is going to commit any kind of removal spell to get your own Ice Fang out the way so that he can attack Ren and 6 uncontested, you have to be somewhat interested in counterspelling that, right? Whereas you're not in that position if you counterspell Endurance. What do you think's going on there?
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. I think Zach just says, you know what, if my Ren and 6 gets taken off the board, so be it,
Sure.
I'm going to make some good trades here. You're going to be able to trade that. And maybe gets one more activation out of Ren. I think that's probably just good enough for what Zach's thinking.
Yeah, like you said, being able to trade the Ice Fang for a little bit of resources from Josh Warsaw, notably the Ice Fang Coatl of Josh's own, as there is no Death Touch for Ice Fang Coatl right now, one of the downsides to this iteration of the 2-mana 1/1 flying Death Touch cards. We mentioned Baleful Strix earlier, not legal in the modern format, sadly. I think the format would maybe be a little bit better with some Baleful Strix. I love
why not?
Get some black in the mix here.
So this is a test spell here for Zach, and Josh is going to let it resolve.
Yeah,
pretty big pickups. Yeah.
Ephemerate, Abundant Growth. Yeah.
And another
growth going to help fix the mana situation too. That's nice.
Yeah. Big for Zach. Gets the fetch. Gets to pick it up with Ren. Just continue to press that advantage. And like I mentioned, I think he's okay. You got what you wanted out of the Ren and 6. You picked up a couple lands now, and is able. It kind of acts as like a fog for a few turns. If Endurance is going to go at that instead of your life total, you're probably happy.
Yeah, you like it. It's just like a 2-mana land tax. It soaks up some damage.
Yep, not a bad rate.
You know what? Looks like Zach might agree with you here. Grabbing a basic planes, he obviously wants to hold up counterspell, but abundant growth is going to let that happen. What if there's any merit to like counterspelling this abundant growth or something? If you're Josh Warsaw, just go ahead and I don't know, stop a little bit of mana development and put shields down on counterspell. Ice and Quaddle going to happen either way. And untap and draw. We'll see what Josh can assemble. There is a counterspell for Zach Allen. Going to try to get this run off the table successfully. Looks like Elemental Tribal in Zach's hand. Multiple copies of Omnath, maybe a Solitude on the mix.
I think Zach's just looking for one more land, and he finds it. Because he can hold up Counterspell and Omnath together. I'm not sure if he just passed back there. It looks like he may have.
I think he might have. I think he's looking to maybe answer some of this board a little bit. We have like things like an Endurance and an Instep Solitude. We also still have Counterspell. Zach most likely interested in kind of trying to catch back up on board before he makes any kind of moves, because that's really how you're going to pressure Josh Warsaw's mana.
Oh, wow. Josh is going to... Again, this is the weird thing where Josh is going to play this 5 mana flash creature and just try and beat Zach down, it looks like.
Yeah, this is right. This is the plan, right? When your hand's flush with creatures, oh, you know what you can do? You can just turn the corner by starting to flash them in. I don't need to play this card advantage game. I'm just going to flash these clowns in and try to kill you across 2 turns. Like, look at this. That adds the 7 points of power to the board. So we're looking at like a total of 7, 3 for each elemental, and then a 1/1 Ice Fang. Zach at 13. That's a 2-turn clock.
Yeah. And he flashes in Endurance.
Endurance gonna be the response here. That's one, like the little bit of consideration here. I think that the decision is between Solitude and Endurance. Solitude obviously answers more of the board more cleanly. Endurance allows you to hold up counterspell as well. Zach opting for the latter decision.
And let's not forget about the hidden mode on Endurance where it has reach as well, I believe. So can block that Ice Fang for a little bit too. Get rid of that.
Yeah, Death Touch is still not online for Josh.
Yeah, not online. It looks like this is just... Yeah, this is a really weird game right now.
Yeah, we were talking about the different roles we could take earlier in this game, and we see this in action as Josh flashing these creatures and kind of forcing Zach to commit some of these creatures a little prematurely. Endurance, an excellent blocker though. 4 points of toughness means it does a great job trading with a lot of the other elementals and butts heads with other endurances nearly indefinitely. Josh going to try a prismatic ending to get the endurance out the way. We'll see if Zach's interested in counterspelling, and he is. Interesting. So this shows that Zach has recognized that Josh's plan is to kill him across 2 turns and is kind of pivoting his game plan. That counterspell most likely previously saved for things like whatever Elodomir's Call and Omnath especially. Now having to commit it for a prismatic ending on an endurance. And an attack for 7. Fury Pitch, it looks like, is going to actually remove the endurance post counterspell. And Zach is going to take that big hit for 7, going down to 6. Once again, dead on board, but Warsaw pretty low on resources at this point. Interesting. Will this be enough? Big turn from Zach, facing down lethal on board. 2 cards in the end for Warsaw. We know there's an Omnath in Zach's mixture.
Yeah, this is crazy. It's just so crazy. I know I've said it 100 times now about the role reversal and the way they can pivot so easily. It's just nuts to watch.
Yeah, no kidding. Zach is taking the same role every time for sure. Very much about the card advantage. And counterspell coming down in this Omnath. That could do it. If there's no response from Zach Allen, we'll see what he has. Looks like no fight
really
there.
Well.
I have to agree with you there. Josh Warsaw choosing to pivot when he did, using his pitch cards and his counter spells as simple tempo plays alongside these flash creatures. Looks like it might be enough to dispatch of Zach Allen here and Dream Crush the back-to-back trophies for Zach Allen.
Man.
see. A lot to think about here.
Yeah, I think there's a Solitude hanging out with an Omnath, but it's a big price to pay.
For sure. That
Get,
counterspell, a big
get,
problem.
yeah, I think Zach's actually forced to do this, though.
Yeah, maybe picking a spot about when he wants to fire it off. Looks like there might be like an Eternal Witness among the mixture as well.
Yeah.
So Eternal Witness can read by the Omnath later on, right? So we can Solitude the hardest thing to block, which is probably Endurance, although that doesn't fly. Then take a hit for 4, go down to 2. Though we have 2 fetch lands in play, right? So maybe you could play
Yeah.
Eternal Witness and return a white card for Solitude, and that's 2 blockers.
And you just
That
got to
might be
hope
what
that
we're
Josh
thinking
has,
about.
you got to hope Josh has nothing.
I mean, Josh has 1 card, right? Like, if he has more things,
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
very dead. And you certainly can't let Josh Yorin you on any kind of an aggressive timeline. Looks
Right.
like Zach going to go ahead and fire off the Solitude now on the Endurance. See if he's interested in playing the Eternal Witness as well. He's not.
Right.
Pass the turn back. Here's an attack for 4.
Eternal Witness for counterspell is brutal.
Oh, no. And that Eternal Witness for counterspell might just seal it up.
Yeah,
All right. Well, there's my face-up counterspell. Your turn, says Josh Warsaw. Is there an out? What can Zach Allen assemble? Do we have, is Emrakul online? Is that an out?
So if his last card is Eternal Witness, or he has 2 cards, if one of them is Eternal, oh, he's at 2 now, though. Yeah,
He can't fetch twice.
Zach down to 1.
This is a big problem. Can fetch once, going to do so, fetching to 1. Ren and 6, notably a kill at any point from here on, if drawn by Josh Warsaw. At least the Omnath enters the mix.
Gosh,
What?
he has a Supreme Verdict? Zach has Supreme Verdict in his deck.
Ooh, Supreme Verdict. That's an out. Maybe Zach's looking through his deck, seeing what there is.
Oh, yeah, I just saw him shuffle past one. Oh, imagine if he had Supreme Verdict here.
That would be, that'd be a good
one.
one. That would be a good one.
I might erupt if that happens.
And ironically, Josh Warsaw can't even present lethal again on the following turn. He's missing a land in order to play buy Yorion and play it to present lethal on the following turn. So Supreme Verdict would buy Zach at least an extra turn.
Oh man, if he hits this thing, he's gonna go nuts.
All right, Zach. Big draw step here.
What was it?
Is it a top deck? Didn't get a good look.
I think it's Ephemerate, actually.
Ephemerate. Okay. We have Eternal Witness.
Maybe not.
If Eternal Witness gets counterspelled, then it's all over.
Yeah.
And Warsaw taking a look at the graveyard.
All right, just 2 lands. All right. Well, Josh Warsaw picks up the dub.
Really? Counterspell is going to win this game, match, and tournament for Josh Warsaw. Wow. What a performance.
I don't know if you caught at the end there. He flicked out the Supreme Verdict in his deck, too. So, man, Josh played really well there. That third game was a clinic. You and I've talked about it a bunch, but just being able to pivot into the aggressive, flash my creatures in, attack you, make you answer the board was a huge deal. And Josh figured that out really early, which was a huge key to that game.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. And it's interesting. We saw Zach's opponents both in the semifinals and finals kind of pivot to that game plan to great effect. Ultimately did not convert for Jesse Robkin, but was able to successfully convert for Josh Warsaw. So an impressive performance for him, recognizing the need to pivot his role in that match. And, like I said, he's rewarded with a victory, a whole bunch of money, and a whole bunch of NRG Series points. And so suddenly he's off to a great start for the Season 1 qualification for the NRG Series Championship.
Yeah, really just amazing. It shows kind of mastery of that mirror match. Being able to know this is the role I need to take. Like the question always, like the classic questions, am I the beatdown? And, both players figured it out in the games. And obviously, again, more things to learn if you're watching at home is that's the role you got to take, it looks like. When you're on the play, you're able to put your creatures in play and make your opponent answer them. And if they can't, which Zach really just couldn't there, you're able to push through a bunch of damage and cross the finish line eventually. So really great play from both players. Tough end for Zach Allen, but congrats to Josh Warsaw, man. That was an impressive match.
Can't agree more. An impressive play from both players. But we're not finished for the day, are we?
No, man, I'm excited. So we get to play some Pioneer here in just a few minutes. The players I believe are sitting down for looks like round number 2, I believe, has just gotten underway. So we're gonna probably take a brief break here. We're gonna get swapped over for Pioneer. We'll find some matches for you, and we're gonna have I think it's 7 rounds of Pioneer plus the elimination rounds today. So we're gonna be showing Pioneer all day. I think there's about 200 players in the event as well. So it's going to be one of the first really big meta-defining events post expressive iteration. So I'm excited to see what the players get to bring to the table, and should be a really fun time, man.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. Some post-ban Pioneer, extremely excited. I was a big fan of the Arclight Phoenix and the Prowess decks prior to the banning of expressive iteration. We'll see if those decks are enough to keep up, or if there's another deck that's going to rise to dominance.
Very cool. All right, well, Drake and I are going to take a brief break, it sounds like, and we're going to get refreshed, recharge our batteries a little bit. If you're hanging out with us, thanks. Grab a quick bite to eat, grab a drink, something like that, run to the restroom, whatever you got to do, and get ready to park up with us for the next few hours as we're going to do some Pioneer here from Lansing, Michigan. We'll see you in just a bit. All right, everybody, welcome back. I am Epimonte. I'm joined by Drake Sasser. So we are switching gears here. We're going to go play some Pioneer. We're jumping in round number 3. We just saw an awesome finals match in Modern. Thanks for hanging out and being patient with us as we waited for the round to turn over there. I went and got a Mountain Dew and some trail mix. I'm feeling great. How about you, Drake?
Yeah, you're feeling good? I love that for you.
Yeah, so I'm excited. I briefly scrolled through while I was, drinking some Mountain Dew and stuff in my face. Briefly scrolled through the deck list. There's a lot of cool stuff. I assumed there'd be a ton of Mono Green Devotion, which there's a good amount, but there's a ton of brews and such like that too. So we're gonna see some of our more well-known players this round. I believe we have Andrew Wolthius versus Will Krueger this round. I believe it's Boros Feather, which is kind of cool. There's like a Dimir control deck in the background. So it's going to be a lot of cool stuff today. Hopefully, we can showcase some decks that are not, the typical pillars like the blue-white control and the mono green devotion. We can get some other things. Hopefully, they rise up the ranks here throughout the Swiss rounds, and we'll be able to show you some cool stuff.
So you still think that decks like blue white, even after the banning, because this is the context of this tournament, we have the banning of expressive iteration, we have the banning of Winota, Joiner, or Forces. Now, those are pretty inarguably the top 2 decks. Those are some of the more powerful cards featured in each of those archetypes of blue-red prowess, Arc-Light Phoenix mixture, as well as obviously the namesake Winota deck. Winota itself is banned out of it from underneath it. Do you think these old staples, like things we're talking about, Rakdos Midrange, which we're going to see in a second in the hands of Will Krueger, blue-white control, you mentioned green devotion as well, you believe these decks are kind of next on the docket to rise to power? Do you think blue-red can still keep up? What do you think?
Yeah, I do think that they're all quite good. As we jump down here to the feature match, I do think that they are quite good still, very powerful, playing some good cards, and they have a real game plan, right? They already have an established game plan. One of the losers I think is the blue-white control deck, just because the answers, you don't know what answers you need to be playing, right? That's the nature of control decks in like week ones. You don't know exact answers, but it's pretty flexible. So I think it's still a good choice for the weekend. All those decks that are established, I think, are good choices.
For sure. And Rakdos Midrange is a deck like we saw a little bit prior to the banning of Expressive Iteration and Winota Joiner Forces. Boros Feather, not so much. Now, missing second land drop of Boros Feather, maybe not where it wants to be. But a card I want to highlight that's in Andrew's deck, a 4 of from Streets of New Capenna, Illuminator Virtuoso. That's a new card. Didn't really expect, to get heroic feather cards for the feather archetype from New Capenna. And this card, I think, kind of went under the radar for a lot of players. Andrew supporting 4 copies of it in today. It's a 1/1 double strike for 1 and a white human rogue. Whenever it becomes the target of a spell that you control, it connives. So the double strike on that obviously going to get really big really quick, giving some selection to this Boros Feather deck. Potentially a very potent pickup from Magic's most recent set.
Yeah, and you see Will Krueger starts off with he has a Bloodtithe Harvester on the field, which is a pretty good card here. It's a 3/2 with a ton of text, just like all Magic cards have nowadays. So this one enters the battlefield and creates a blood token. You can actually tap it and sacrifice it, and target creature is -X, where X is twice the number of blood tokens you control. So it's a really nice flexible removal spell if you need that, and it also just brings the beatdowns at 3 damage a turn. So.
Very true. Now, talking about the context of this matchup, Boros Feather, typically a deck that wants to stick a creature and then protect with a bunch of spells. Rakdos Midrange looking to really challenge and tax those protection spells. Is basically every face-up card on Will Krueger's side of the table is some flavor of a Terminate. You're looking at Dreadbore was exiled to Chandra. Chandra can kill creatures. Bone Crusher Giant killed a creature. And you just read off Bloodtithe Harvester, which can also kill a small creature. Have to come up with a pretty critical mass, I think, of creatures and spells to protect the creatures for Andrew to really work through all of these potential removal spells that Will has to work with already on the table.
Yeah, and then you see Will picks up a Kalidas Trader of Get, which is one of my favorite cards, maybe ever printed. It's really flexible. It's obviously a great body, and it just, if you're playing a bunch of point and click removal spells, it's a great card to be in your deck.
Absolutely. Another Dreadbore revealed off of Chandra. No creatures in play for that one to target, so 2 damage for your trouble. Going to come across with 3 more points with the Bloodtithe Harvester. Looks like Kalidas consideration for Will Krueger here. That card pays you off for all these removal spells.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I would say Will Krueger's probably very happy to see Boros Feather across the table from him. based on the configuration of his deck. It has tons of removal spells, and again, like we mentioned, that Bone Crusher, Giant, Bloodsail Harvester also have removal stapled to them,
Well, how about
quite good.
Soren the Mirthless?
Yeah, that's fine.
That has a removal stake to it too. All right,
yeah, that's fine.
All right, yeah, no problem, no biggie. We can play without creatures.
This game's pretty close right now. So you see
Let's
Soren the
take a look at,
Mirthless for 4 mana.
Crimson
Yeah,
Vow pick up for Will's deck.
It is pretty good. Pretty good.
Top card of your library can reveal it. Get it to hand. Little card advantage. Make some flyers. 2/3 flying life links if you down tick. And then down 7 points, you could deal 13 and gain 13. That's any target. That could be a removal spell. But most likely going to go face with Andrew at 10.
Yeah, I was going to say, it could just remove your opponent from the game also. This is pretty good.
That's a removal spell. Destroy target player.
That is. When are we going to create that card for cheap?
Can't imagine very often. What would that have to cost? What would you put the mana cost of destroy target player?
100. I don't know. I don't even know where to begin. That's a good number though.
Yeah, like 100. That's got to be a safe number, I imagine.
Yeah,
there is Illuminator Virtuoso in play, and we are going to go ahead and maximize your velocity, give it haste, get a connive, do all the things. Now, Will has a lot of removal spells, but all of them kind of seem to be sorcery speed. This creature, here we go, Illuminator Virtuoso. Get a good look at that one. Uncommon from New Capenna.
Yeah, and you, like you said, the maximized velocity on there. That's an old throwback card. I used to put that on top of Crackling Drakes back in the day, which was pretty cool.
Oh, talk to me about Crackling Drake. I'm a big Crackling Drake fan, not just because we share a name.
See, I knew we could come to some common ground today. It'd just take a couple rounds. I knew we'd get there.
We're like the same Magic player. We enjoy the same things.
Right.
Give me a Crackling Drake any day of the week.
All right.
Looks like a flashback.
Is that a Homestead Courage? It looks like, I believe.
Homestead Courage. That's the name of it. I was blanking on it for a minute. Played a little. This card was pretty good in the limited format, so I do remember what it does. Remember the name a little bit more difficult. It gives it +1/+1 counter, and it gets Vigilance still into turns. This card's real big. Can go ahead and take care of this Chandra. That's, I believe, 10 points coming across to go ahead and take care of the Chandra. 10 points not quite enough to kill Will.
There you see Homestead Courage. I did my homework, for this one, so I know like at least like 7 cards that are going on in Pioneer today. So this one's pretty good.
Well, I'm glad you know what's going on in Pioneer. Quite a few
a lot of these cards
in the Pioneer format.
Yeah, a lot of these cards are flexible in older formats too, and came from old standards and things like that. So, if you have a trade binder just laying around, you haven't picked up in a couple years, pre-COVID, you just haven't played since then. You could probably pick up your trade binder and have a pretty decent start to some of these Pioneer decks. If you're ever thinking about, coming out to our events and you want to get into Pioneer, there's a lot of cards that are, they were flexible then and old standards, and maybe forgot to sell them at the end of the season, and they go right into these decks.
So what do you play in Pioneer then? What's your Pioneer deck of choice?
Me, so I was going to play. I was a big fan of of the Arclight Phoenix deck, obviously. I really like Rakdos style decks. So like this one that Will's playing is probably my speed. I'm a big like point and click kind of guy. Anything that can be Rakdos or Grixis is probably my speed.
Fair enough.
And this deck looks quite good.
It does look good. It's been impressive, winning plenty of Magic Online challenges. It's been a deck that didn't get hit by any of the Expressive Iteration Winota bannings. Now, it may have to switch its configuration to prepare for a different metagame, but, as far as actual tools that the Rakdos deck has access to, none of them removed from the most recent ban cycles. This is maybe one of those decks you mentioned that, a deck to look out for, a known quantity that you might have to prepare for, because this is a deck people probably already have and already know is pretty good.
I will radio down to our table spotter. I think, that Homestead Courage is exiled, right? Is there a second one that?
Yeah, there's one underneath there.
Okay, I just missed it down there. So I think another thing about this Rakdos mid-range deck is, like you mentioned, like you said, do you think that blue-white deck is still going to be good this weekend? And if that blue-white deck is, people come to the conclusion that's not very good, this Rakdos deck becomes really good because people are playing creature decks.
Yeah, that's extremely true. And like, I'm sure the Rakdos deck probably munches up a lot of the green decks, right? Being able to remove all the mana creatures indefinitely and kind of just stumble green's mana and board presence long enough to get underneath it. I have to imagine Rakdos is a decent matchup, at least there. Maybe sometimes can get, overwhelmed if on the draw, but Imagine match is pretty good. Here's a look at Kalidas, Trader of Get, maybe a card you're not as familiar with. This one was good in its standard time. 3/4 life linker, legendary, non-token creature, non-token, very important there. Would die, it exiles it instead. You get a 2/2 zombie for your trouble. You can pay 2 and a B, sacrifice another vampire or zombie. Put 2 counters on Kalidas, Trader of Get. So you can actually sacrifice things like Bloodtide Harvester to grow it too. Not normally the way to do it. Normally you munch things with removal spells, and then you exile them with Kalidas, you grow your Kalidas, that's the game plan, and you just beat up on creature decks. But you could do things like if you're in a racing situation, like sacrificing your Bloodtide Harvester in order to get some lifelink points of damage in. Now, this Illuminator Virtuoso is growing really big, really quick.
Huge.
Already an impressive showing on its first time on camera. Maybe Will's in a little bit of trouble.
I was thinking, like, there's only the only problem here that I have now is there's only one maximized velocity in the Boros Feather deck. So trying to get it through there is going to be a little bit difficult. Now there is God's Willings and things like that, which can get you through. So Andrew probably needs a couple more turns
from black
here.
Would look good here, right? Yeah. Either way, I mean, even just putting Will under the Abyss, because I believe this card's now a 7/7 double striker, right? So just attacking with it, you have to block every single turn.
Yeah.
Yep, attack, block. Okay. Quickly throw the Bloodtide Harvester in front of the Illuminator Virtuoso. Can't let that one get through. And Kalidas, certainly the more valuable of the 2 creatures. We'll see if Soren can find anything to help out here.
So Will does have that castle locked way into. There's a Dreadbore off the top. That's a pretty good rip.
Yeah, Dreadbore's a nice one. Looks like another copy of Bone Crusher Giant as well, which could also do some blocking. Gonna reveal Thoughtseize, take a point, Will Krueger. Gonna Thoughtseize, look for any kind of protection spells.
I know that card, by the way, just so you know. I know
Thoughtseize, you got that one?
I played that one several times. Sounds good. Yeah. So, Thoughtseize coming in, and all right, looks like Defiant Strike, I believe.
Defiant Strike? Maybe another Defiant Strike drawn. No second spell to be played, I think. This maybe have maximized velocity just to enable the Connive. Looks like, because I think that other card's like a 10th District Legionnaire, the other prowess card from War of the Spark, or sorry, heroic card from War of the Spark. And yeah, it looks like
a backup copy
is going to happen.
And then another Defiant Strike, yeah. And then here comes the Dreadbore.
Dreadbore, go ahead and take care of that big threat. And now we get a zombie, and Will can start to recoup some of the life. And now Will firmly back in the driver's seat with the combination of Dreadbore plus Kalidas, Trader of Get. And that is enough for Andrew. We're going to pick it up here in game number 1.
Yeah, so pretty powerful stuff from Will Krueger's deck. Andrew's deck really just never took off, I believe had a favored hoplite on turn 2, which is not exactly where you want to be. You want to get those creatures out as quickly as possible. The Blood Chief's Thirst, again, Will's deck is just chock full of removal. So it's going to be very difficult for Andrew to be able to get through. When we look at the sideboards coming up here in a second, hopefully Andrew has some things that are able to get through that, as you see here. So, wow, Fiendslayer Paladin. When's the last time you saw that card?
Another one good in its time, but its time was nearly a decade ago, I believe. So, Fiendslayer Paladin, a sweet one. The beginning of the transition away from protection and towards hexproof from. Probably a really good option for this matchup. Have to be pretty aware, if you're Andrew, that this matchup's probably not great. That card probably a nice bullet for this matchup.
Yeah, a couple of Fiendslayer Paladins. Man, that card used to give me fits when I first started playing Magic. So I started at the tail end of Theros, I believe it was. Tail end of Theros. And I played mono black because it was like the best deck, and I just was like a best deck guy for a long time.
Sure.
And I could just never beat Fiendslayer Paladin. I'm like, really? Who printed this card? Why is this the thing that's in the game? And but yeah, that one sounds like yeah, seriously. That one seems like it's gonna be pretty good here. Honestly, I don't know that there's a ton of things you really want here. It's always weird to me, like Red Cap Melee is an interesting card because you have to trade against non-red creatures or planeswalkers. You have to trade a land for it, but it might be valuable to get things like Kalidas off the table. You know what I mean?
Oh, for sure. I think so. The start of the game plan for sure for this feather deck has to be, we need to keep a creature in play. So Fiendslayer Paladin's part of the mix. I think you also might want to reach for things like Feather and the Fight as Ones, some additional protection spells, some additional creatures. Just really try to overload the removal because you're not winning without a creature. This deck's not set up to try to blank Will's removal. So instead, we have to kind of fight through it. So I want to load up on creatures. I want to load up on protection spells and actually maybe throttle away from some of the removal spells. Like Kalidas is certainly a problem, but if you can prevent the removal from happening, Kalidas is literally just a 4-mana 3/4 lifelinker, right? So it's not doing a whole lot as long as your creatures aren't dying, especially in the late game. So you want to be the person that has, the last creature standing. And these Ancestral Angers being a sorcery, some of the more unappealing cards, I think, require you to keep a creature in play just at a baseline, and they do help kill quickly, but I don't think that's the nature of this matchup for the Boros Feather deck.
Makes sense to me. So we'll check out Will Krueger's deck list here, and again, it's pretty well built in the main deck for a matchup like this. You got like Strangle, Fatal Push, 5 1-mana removal spells there. I mean, it's just crazy to watch this deck work. It's just really strong. So, and then in the sideboard again,
even more removal spells in the sideboard too.
Even more stuff. Like the Legion's End is a beating for decks like this. That has just mono 4 of low to the ground creatures. It's that's tough. And there's even that Blood Chief search that we saw in game 1. There's 6 1-mana removal spells, which is really tough for Andrew's deck to beat.
For sure. And Noxious Grasp is a 2-mana removal spell that only hits white creatures. It hits green creatures too, but in this matchup, it only hits the white creatures. So you're reaching for those. They don't hit the Swiss Spears, but they do catch the things like the Illuminator Virtuosos, the Favorite Hoplites. Like it hits some amount of the creatures. You think you want any number of those?
I think so. I was just going to say, I think you do, because if you assume that your opponent is on Feather, which is, and it's funny because this deck is labeled Boros Feather, but they're only in the sideboard. You would assume that card is in the deck somewhere. And I think like against like 10th District Legionnaire or 9th, I can't remember which district it's from.
10th, I believe is correct.
And like that card's really tough too. So even you see now, there's 2 white creatures on the board. So I think Noxious Grasp actually quite good.
Good. Makes a lot of sense. Thoughtseize here. Well, if that's the first spell and the second spell is a removal spell, maybe a good turn here for Will. Did have to leave on a tapped Castle Lochthwain, so no 1-mana removal spell like we saw in game 1. The Favorite Hoplite is going to get a hit in, give Andrew time to deploy a second creature in the form of Illuminator Virtuoso. Not very big right now, but the whole joke here, like I was talking about, is I think you really just want to put a lot of creatures in play and start really taxing some of Will's expensive removal spells. Will's got a lot of removal, but they cost mana. They cost a lot of mana a lot of the time. Like you said, there's some 1-mana ones, but Dreadbore, Chandras, there's a lot of expensive removal spells that you can, do a good job of blanking with some of these cheap spells and really get underneath Will's a little bit slower mid-range deck.
Yeah, something to note for like Will's deck. There's nothing like Anger of the Gods or any like sweeper effects. So having 4 creatures here, so there's a backup of each creature that's on the board already. I think Fight as One is quite good, against those targeted removal spells. But this Ancestral Anger is what will really like get those things growing. But I like this if you're Will. If you have some removal like he does here, I think Fight as One is a good way to tear apart the hand here. So Will goes ahead.
Yeah, it looks like Fight as One is the selection.
Virtuosos.
Leaving the second copy of Illuminator Virtuoso suggests potentially, a removal spell on the horizon for next turn for Will as well. See if Andrew can assemble a third land, maybe play the Virtuoso alongside another removal spell. We got Ancestral Anger targeting our Hoplite here. That one's going to draw a card.
Yeah.
Get a little bit of additional power. Defiant Strike, another good draw if you're looking for a land. That one's an instant. Going to go to combat, make an attack. No blocks. 3 points of damage for Will. And another Favorite Hoplite. Now, you were referencing that Legion's End card. Probably be pretty good right here.
Be quite good. I'd be very upset if I was Andrew and that happened to me. So Will with another Thoughtseize here. And there is a Defiant Strike in hand there. And I actually
Defiant Strike looks like God's Willing.
What's
maybe?
the alternate? Is that God's Willing? Yeah.
I think that's God's Willing alternate. Yeah, there we go. That one's going to get selected. No thank you, says Will. All those protection spells that are good against my removal spells need to go away. And we'll kill that Favorite Hoplite too.
Just crazy. I think Will actually has another Fatal Push in hand too, which is just absurd.
I mean, this is Will kind of doing it the right way too, right? If the plan for Andrew in the post sideboard games is to play creatures and try to protect them, like kind of overwhelm Will's removal, then some of the best way to fight back against that is discard spell first, take care of the protection spells, then fire off the removal spells. And here's a Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Yeah, this is a very ethical game for Will. He's just playing the 1-for-1 game and kind of hoping that it's good enough. And the thing is, it's like, can Andrew's deck beat like the 1-for-1 game plan? And we're going to find out here in just a second.
We'll find out. I mean, Andrew's deck very, very efficient. The only Mirror Breaker going to create a 2/2 that whenever it attacks, it doesn't have to do anything else but attack. You get a nice treasure token. Then on the next chapter, can discard up to 2 cards. If you do, draw that many cards. And then you can Exile Saga, return it to the battlefield. And it is a 2/2 Reflection of Kiki Jiki, enchantment creature, Goblin Shaman, 1, and tap it. Create a token that's a copy of another target non-legendary creature you control. Right. Something as haste, sacrifice the beginning next instead.
Andrew's doing his thing here. Just churning through the deck, making that hoplite rather large. And again, the heroic on favored hoplite is it prevents all damage that would be dealt to it this turn, and it gets a +1/+1 counter. So
exactly, and I believe we saw Homestead Courage too, which gave it an additional counter. So now we're looking at least a 5/5. No attack suggests that potentially looking to block this 2/2 that would provide Will with additional treasures. Tapped out on his turn, so Andrew cannot protect this favorite hoplite at all. Andrew's saying, all right, look, you've had 3 fatal pushes. If you have more removal, then it's just going to die. That's where we're at. I can't stop it.
Yeah. Yeah. So another Defiant Strike. Going to get through the deck. Keep working through. There's a Reckless Rage. That's a big one to get against this Kalidas.
Oh, for sure. And especially with it as big as it is, if we can clear both of these creatures or give protection or whatever, Will might just be dead.
Yeah.
Favorite hoplite number 2. Attack as Vigilance. Gonna block. Looks like there's a Homestead Courage to give that one Vigilance. Gonna block with the token. Too much damage for Will to take a hit on that one. Already at a precarious 9. And Will certainly looking... Oh, no, it is tapped. All right, cool. Maybe I was just a little behind on my recording there. Will looking to untap. Get another blocker out of this Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Yeah. He's going to be able to gain some life back with this. Well, maybe not.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting, right? Because like you need removal spells, so you want to fire up this Castle Lochthwain. Yeah, this attack with Kalidas. Yeah. If you're not playing to block with it, you might as well attack. Get the life points in. This Fable looks like it's already on blocking duty. Can't make a copy of Kalidas. Notably, Kalidas is a legendary creature.
I wonder if they're talking about lifelink here. How this works.
Oh, maybe he's blocking in the. Oh, wow! That prevents the life gain because it targets the thing, right? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that's very good. So, so really nice play there by Andrew. So, just to kind of talk about what we were seeing there is, so Reckless Rage targets the favorite hoplite. It goes after the token and kills the token, and then again that heroic ability on favorite hoplite says it gets a +1/+1 counter, and it prevents all damage that it would be dealt for the turn. Some words that are like that, right? So when you you block, the lifelink does not happen, right? So Will unable to gain that 3 life, which would be enough to, which would be able to save him for the turn, able to swing back through and kill Will in the backswing. So really nice play there to hold that Reckless Rage for Andrew to take Will out. So yeah, that game played out just like I thought like the post board games would go. Is Andrew's going to need like a critical mass of creatures, which he had 4, I believe, in that opener or off the draw. Was able to put one of and able to stick at least one. Will killed 3 of them with fatal pushes, and the last one just was enough to do the rest of the damage. So I think game 3 is going to look very similar. What do you think?
I have to agree with you, especially if we're going to see Andrew winning the game. And that's going to be the mixture that Andrew needs. An important bit to that is not only did he have creatures, not only did he have the protection spells, which did get tagged with the discard spells from Will Krueger, but he also had things like Ancestral Anger and the Homestead Courage as like a critical mass of that stuff to grow the favorite hoplite once the dust settled. So definitely the mixture Andrew was looking for. And even though Will had a great start with 2 discard spells, 3 fatal pushes to answer all the early threats, Andrew was still able to overwhelm the removal spells in the sideboard. Shows kind of the preparedness that Andrew has in the sideboard games for this matchup is Will
Sure.
once again leading on a tap land. Kind of wonder if that hurt Will too much in the last game as well, as there's multiple lands entering tapped on Will's side of the field.
Oh man, so this is really rough here for Andrew because you can see there's 3 lands. There's there's 3 of the enchant spells, and there's just 1 creature, which Will's going to go ahead and take that feather. And I think I saw Will had a Legion's End in hand also, which is real bad beating. So Andrew's going to need to find a creature immediately.
Yeah, Feather, extremely powerful one. I think Andrew kind of looking to more or less overwhelm the removal later in the game, looking to make early land drops, which we see this hand can do, have a critical mass of things like spells to also pair with your creatures that you can do maybe over the top of a sorcery speed removal spell from Will. So Andrew left without a creature, but even if you got to keep Feather's still a 3-mana creature that you're probably not necessarily looking to play on turn 3. So it kind of suggests maybe Andrew on the draw here, thinking he can't really get under Will and looking to instead kind of try to just hold all the cards, overwhelm Will in one big turn in which Andrew wins on mana efficiency.
Yeah, Dreadhorde Arcanist is a nice pickup there. If you're going to draw one, that's one that's going to get you back in it. But again, mentioned that Legion's End. That one goes, you get to see your hand, I believe, too, to make sure if there's another copy, it gets taken. But Will knows the hand, so just kind of a formality
Same cards,
at that
haven't
point.
changed.
So here's the 5 cards I have. So Legion's End's really powerful. Being able to strip not only to remove a creature from the board, but also get to see what's next. I think he actually drew a Dreadhorde Arcanist. That's pretty funny.
That's really funny. Doesn't hit the top of the deck. You can't Legions in the top of the deck either. And back to Will. Now, this is not really the game I think that... Oh, there it is. The typical discard into removal spell, most likely. But normally, this is not really the game I think you really want to play as Feather. You don't really want to just play one creature and get it removed. Play one creature, get it removed. Unlike last game where we saw multiple creatures in play, so that at least when Will is discarding and killing a creature, you're still attacking with another creature. You're gaining headway. Whereas here, you're not really. You're kind of just treading water and one-for-oneing. And Will has very powerful spells, planeswalkers like Chandra and Sorin and Kalidas that he can play in the late game. Treading water like this is not where you want to be as the Feather deck.
Well, I tell you what, if Andrew's gonna draw creatures, being off the top of the deck is the best way for them to be right now. And he's hit the past 3 turns on creatures, and it's pretty good.
Yeah, definitely the way you want to do it. Castle Locthwain going to add to the mix. Could activate that if we want. Looks like there's a Kalidas and a Fable of the Mirror Breaker as potential plays for Will.
Yeah. That's...
Well, Duress maybe is the last card. Could Duress plus Fable or cast Kalidas? 2 potentially very good turns. Will's got to think about how Andrew's going to sequence those cards in his hand. Let me read Ancestral Anger. How much damage am I taking if I don't answer this thing?
Yeah, that's a good question there.
All right. Because Will does know literally Andrew's entire hand. So if he casts Duress, there's no learned information. It's, do you want to Duress one of these cards that you know about?
Right. Exactly.
And looks like the answer might be yes, given that Fable and Mirror Breaker is what we've decided to play. Good one to get in play too if you want to move through these chapters. Does not choose to play Duress. Maybe planning to try to Duress any kind of protection spells that come off the top or from some of these, cantripping pump spells, things like Defiant Strikes and Ancestral Angers.
So this Ancestral Anger gives it trample as well. So this is going to be a pretty sizable hit that Will's going to take. So you see Ancestral Anger there. Sorcery target creature gains trample and gets +X+O until end of turn, where X is 1 plus the number of cards named Ancestral Anger in your graveyard, and you get to draw a card, so it replaces itself. So we'll take 5
one.
there.
Remember, this is the accumulated knowledge where it checks the graveyard to see how many copies are available before potentially pumping up the effect. But at the very least, I believe you get 1 point of power, as well as trample, like you mentioned, and a card for your trouble. So a sorcery speed Defiant Strike at the floor. At the ceiling, it can be quite potent.
Yeah. So Will has a Dreadbore pickup for the turn.
Go ahead and Dreadbore the Soulscar Mage. No Duress before. Looks like Fight as 1. Is that what that is? Is that a Fight as 1?
I don't.
Either way, I'm willing to bet it's a protection spell.
Was that a Goncho?
Good question.
Might have been Sajiri Shelter, actually. I think is what that was. I think it was
Sajiri Shelter. Yeah, there you go.
Sure.
The land protection spell. Okay. Creature gains protection the color your choice at any turn. Can name black or red. Gonna protect you from Dreadbore no matter which one you name. Can't mess that one up. This here is a favorite hoplite as the follow-up on Andrew's turn. Just a 2/3 is this Soulscar Mage, though. Still good enough to get through the 2/2 token from the Fable of the Mirror Breaker. And Fable of the Mirror Breaker going to go ahead and flip to an additional 2/2 right now.
Yeah, Will has that Kalitas hanging out in hand. He would love to have a removal spell. I think it's a Blood Chief's Thirst, actually. Sure is. That's a big turn.
Kalitas into removal spell in the same turn. That's the way you want to do it. But
there's a fight as one.
Like there's a response. Yeah, fight is one. Exactly what the doctor ordered to answer that. No zombie tokens for Kalitas to munch up. So very good job by Andrew stifling Will's ability to draw firmly ahead here. We'll see if he has a good follow-up. I think there's a Homestead Courage at least. Ancestral Anger, a good draw.
He's ripping through his deck pretty quickly here.
Yeah. Let's see. Looks like now we're going to reach for the Homestead Courage. Going to go ahead and give Vigilance, take a point off the land. Now, which one do you pump if you're Andrew here? I think you have to pump the favorite Hoplite, right? That way, Will doesn't gain any life from blocking if he tries to assemble some kind of double block or anything like that. And it looks like, Will's just going to go ahead and tank the hit. Now it's kind of a weird way to like you can't even tell if you're supposed to attack, right? Because if you attack with Kalitas to try to gain some life or at the very least trade with a creature, you can maybe do something like there's a card in Andrew's hand. He could maybe respond with trigger heroic on favorite hoplite. You don't even gain life and you just lose your Kalitas. So attacking looking a little dangerous in the face of apparently it has a 5th point of power. Maybe there was another Homestead Courage too. All right, well, now you just can't attack at all. You just run it face first into this huge favorite hoplite. And Will, once again, in the position where he needs removal spells. Fortunately, there's a lot of them in his deck, so see if he can find one off the top of his deck on this following turn.
He's got plenty of chump blockers here. That favorite hoplite's a 5 right now, I believe.
Favorite hoplite, appears to be a 5. Actually, might be a little bit bigger with the Ancestral Anger. I wonder how many prowess triggers. I think 3, right? Been 3 1-mana spells.
Oh, you hit a Godswilling
damage. Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness gracious. So he goes ahead and Andrew Wolthius comes out of nowhere to get Will Krueger. Wow, that was crazy. I thought it was over once the Kalitas hit and there was a Blood Chief's Thirst, but protection spell into protection spell was quite good there. So Andrew Wolthius with a really well played game 3 there. That was crazy to watch at the end there. I thought he was dead to rights when he had no creatures and just the feather got stripped out of hand with a turn 2 Thoughtseize and managed to pull it out, man. That was special.
That was so crazy. If there's one thing I in particular mess up across, the history of Magic, it is underestimating the heroic decks. A lot of cards that look like they should be unimpressive and they just explode out of nowhere with some impressive wins. It was really cool to see Andrew do that in the face of what, I at the beginning of the match called probably a pretty bad matchup, right? Like you're looking at the deck full of Terminates versus the deck full of little creatures that you want to keep in play. You have to favor the Terminates because then there's no creatures. You just have all these spells that don't do anything. But Andrew came ready for the matchup. Didn't even need Fiendslayer Paladin. Just overwhelmed Will's removal and took the victory. Impressive stuff from Andrew.
Yeah, pretty wild. So I think we're going to have a backup match here. So we're going to jump down to that as soon as we can here. And we're going to show it to you, I think in its entirety is what it sounds like here. So we'll jump into that. A couple different decks too. We're going to try and showcase a few different things, obviously, throughout the tournament here. Again, week 1 in quotes of a new Pioneer format. So we got Carly Peterson on the left, and she is playing Mono Blue Spirits against Cody Bean, who's playing, oh man, check it out, Dimir Control. This is my kind of Magic.
Yeah, these are 2 decks that I can't say we saw really much of prior to the banning of Expressive Iteration and Winota. So maybe a potentially brand new matchup to the Pioneer format, at least one I have not had the pleasure of seeing before. But at a level 1, it seems like Spirits being able to play flash creatures would be good against Dimir Control, but Dimir Control sounds like it has a lot of removal spells. Who do you like here in the matchup?
Yeah. So I'm just like browsing through these deck lists right now. Again, Mono Blue Spirits, like you mentioned, has a lot of stuff that's kind of a pain because you can get flash on a lot of them. And Rattle Chains gives all of them flash as a static ability. I do like Dimir Control a lot though because so when Mono Blue Spirits was a deck in Standard, that was the selling point, right? You could fly over and play Flash, but now Dimir Control has stuff like 4 Shark Typhoons, which plays pretty well as a removal spell and as a card draw engine for these control decks. So I would favor Dimir Control, I think, mostly because of Shark Typhoon.
Yeah, that's a nice call out. Shark Typhoon being uncounterable in the face of this Curious Obsession strategy, trying to kind of protect the queen. We saw this, like you said, in Standard. Autumn Burchett becoming the first mythic champion alongside a mono blue strategy, very similar, not necessarily Spirits Tribal, but when you're in Pioneer, you get to upgrade a lot of your creatures to leverage some tribal synergies in addition to the power of Curious Obsession with evasive creatures and counter spells. We'll see if Dimir Control has some of those namesake Shark Typhoons that can be very, very effective against these relatively small flying attackers. As here comes a hit for, I believe, 5.
And I used to love Jace Vryn's Prodigy. That's like one of my favorite cards, maybe of all time.
Really? Do you like the standard format? I've heard mixed reviews.
Yeah.
Most people like it, but I've heard some people say they really hated it.
I loved that format. It was very expensive because there was fetch lands and all kinds of stuff in there. And Jace Vryn's Project got like $80 or $100 at one point, but that format was so good.
Absolutely. Narset discarded. They're not super appealing in the face of a bunch of evasive attackers. There's Jace Vryn's Prodigy. 2-mana Mythic. A lot of people underestimated this one. Needs 5 cards in the graveyard when it loots to flip and flips into Chase Telepath Unbound, able to do a little bit of fogging creatures and flashback an instant sorcery spell. So, obviously very favored with some removal spells, just kind of playing a control game and then run away with the game with your cheap Planeswalker as you are able to filter away potentially some of your bad cards in other matchups by looting them into the graveyard with Jace. Fixes a lot of problems for control decks.
Yeah,
Fatal Push in response to Mausoleum Wanderer. Gonna try to stop that one. Rattle Chains in response to that, building up a huge stack.
Another Fatal Push on out there too. So Mausoleum Wanderer is a tough one.
Yeah, gonna let the Rattle Chains resolve and maybe respond with the trigger on this. No. Gonna let all this happen. Gonna trigger all these Mausoleum Wanderers. They get bigger. They threaten to counter spells. And suddenly, with the Fatal Push countered and a huge attack coming across here, because this Mausoleum Wanderer is pumped twice, plus an extra point for the Ascendant, plus another one. You have to start. You guys can't even block with Jace. You fire off another Fatal Push targeting Mausoleum Wanderer.
Yeah.
You can't you can't sacrifice that one to make him pay 2. So that one's gonna go down.
Here's the thing. Carly has 1 mana available, and Cody, I think, has an Extinction Event in hand, which is quite good against this board.
Yeah, Extinction Event could help clean up this board quite a bit. And especially if you get to flip your Jace first. That way your Jace doesn't even get caught. But looks like the Mausoleum Wanderer is going to do a good job of stifling your ability to cast Extinction Event. And we're going to go ahead and scoop up game number 1. Impressive showing from Spirits there.
Yeah, Spirits on the front foot is really tough, especially even against whatever removal you have. So we're going to bring up some deck lists here. Again, everything's pretty new here. So we'll check out Cody Bean's Dimir control deck. This looks pretty cool. There's, again, those 4 Shark Typhoons like I had mentioned. There is, and I assume some of these things like these sensors, disallows, probably going to, Sinister Sabotage, probably going to get removed. There's another Shadows Verdict. There's Mystical Dispute is a huge one against this Spirits deck.
Oh, yeah, definitely agree with you there. Being able to just fight at the same efficiency rate as them, having a 1-mana answer to their 1-mana cards, upgrades your ability to interact with them a lot. And like you said, getting rid of these 3-mana counter spells when you're only counter spelling, cards that cost like 1 to 2 mana, you're trading down on mana with your counter spells. And that's not where you want to be in the control deck at all. You'd rather be getting 2-for-1s with your sweepers and, having cheap 1-for-1 removal spells like your Fatal Pushes. And then, like you said, sweepers. So upgrading to Mystical Disputes and getting some additional removal spells and cutting some of these clunkier counter spells, I think going to go a long way to giving Cody Bean some help in this matchup.
Yeah, I think that suits Cody quite well. I'd be surprised if he's not at least an even matchup after the board here. So we're gonna move over to Carly's deck list here and see. Hers is probably just a bunch of 4-ofs. Yeah, check it out. So tons of 4-ofs. This deck was pretty streamlined at the end of its existence in Standard. So I mean, it is very, very efficient. Obviously, you can see nothing really is 3 mana. I like Brazen Borrow is, but it is not 3 mana. And like Lofty Denial, the Geistlight Snares, those are 3 mana, but not really. Also 3 and 2 mana, but not really. So they're it's a very efficient deck, I would say.
Yeah, it's so cool. Geistlight Snare paired alongside a spirit that has the Curious Obsession on it, becoming a 1 mana leak. Incredibly impressive as a counter spell. And like you said, I'm a big fan of the 4-ofs. It's very aesthetically pleasing to just look at a pile of 4-ofs and just be like, all right, I've got a plan and I'm all in on it. And I really appreciate that. Out of the sideboard, Mystical Disputes, I'm sure good on Carly's side as well. A couple other cards to look at is like Slip Out the Back. That can protect one of your creatures. You put a counter on it, phases out, and kind of protect your creature a little bit. And maybe you reach for like the Strokes or whatever if you want a couple additional, like if you're worried about the sweepers. But for the most part, don't want to make too many sweeping changes here. Definitely want to keep to your counter spells and your flash creatures. Obviously, was very effective in game number 1. Looking to run it back here in game 2. So not a lot of changes, just a few counter spells picked up.
Yeah, Carly having 4 Mystical Disputes of her own is pretty good too, especially against like, these control matchups, these blue-based control decks. I also really like something to shout out is the 3 Faceless Havens in the deck. Sometimes, they'll kill all your creatures, or they'll counter all your creatures. Faceless Haven is a nice backup plan to have when your opponent is, either playing Wraths or things like that. Faceless Haven is a really nice addition to this deck, and I know that you need a ton of islands, but the 3 is probably pretty free in this deck, I would assume.
Oh yeah, there's a ton of cute tricks too, right? Like it's a spirit, so it gets pumped by your Supreme Phantom and your Shacklegeist. You can attack with it because it has Vigilance, and then you can tap it in combat while it's attacking to the Shacklegeist ability to tap a creature in combat as well, using maybe a Summoning 6 Spirit and the attacking Faceless Haven. So a ton of little cute tricks you can do with it. In addition to, like you said, just being great Wrath insurance. We saw that, potency in Standard. I think it even got banned in Standard or whatever, right? Card's extremely potent. As a creature land and a great addition to the Spirits deck here in Pioneer.
Yeah.
Both players in the pink sleeves. I like it a lot.
Oh, yeah, that looks great. It looks like they're, I don't know if they're different shades or not, but yeah, it looks great. Cody taking a quick mulligan here. That's funny. I mentioned that I thought it was free to have Faceless Havens, and I think Carly actually has 2 of them in her hand.
Maybe looking a little less free. I mean, having 3 instead of 4 maybe would indicate that it's not as free as it seems on paper. Otherwise, you'd certainly, I'm sure, reach for the 4th. But a lot of blue pips in Carly's spells that you need to be casted. So Faceless Haven potentially could shut down some double spell turns. We'll see. Island and a passing of the turn. Censor going to go ahead and get the cycle.
Getting cycled here.
Tap land. All right.
Fetid Pools. That was a big pickup because I don't think Cody actually had. I don't think he actually had black mana until then.
Yeah, well, that was a great draw then. Here comes Spectral Sailor. Got to be happy with no Curious Obsession. See what Carly's follow-up is. Now, Carly's follow-up most likely going to come at instant speed. Both these players kind of looking to play on their opponent's turn, so kind of trading turns. She plays on his turn, he plays on her turn. We'll figure it out.
All right.
Thoughtseize, a good start. Oh, duplicate Rattle Chains. Curious Obsession in the mix. Mystical Dispute. Mausoleum Wonder, Faceless Haven. Can't take the Haven, but a lot of good other options. Cody taking a look. A lot of removal spells in Cody's hand.
Yep.
Taking the Obsession. Interesting. Leaving Carly with all the Rattle Chains. Indicative, I think, that maybe Cody's planning to approach this game from a sweeper standpoint. Maybe a little bit less on the 1-for-1 removal.
Yeah, I would assume so. And
We
again,
might
that
see an
Faceless
in-step
Haven,
rattle
even if
chains
Cody
based
sweeps,
on
it's
her
going to be pretty impactful.
posturing. And we sure are. We're going to go ahead and cast a rattle chain, see if Cody wants to respond. Says thumbs up. And we're going to go ahead and untap. Some quick magic for both these players. Faceless Haven number 2 deployed. Attack for 3.
Yeah.
Pass the turn. Untap.
I'm actually kind of surprised Cody did not deploy a shark there.
Really? Maybe like we said, maybe he's reaching for like a sweeper
if he didn't.
first. Yeah.
Okay. And maybe trying to get a shark big enough to block and survive at the same time, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, maybe he's also trying to reach for like a sweeper or something and then follow up the sweeper with the Shark Typhoon. Not sure. It's not a huge attack. Like an attack for 3, is some pressure. You certainly have to answer it, but with Cody being a still relatively healthy life total, not too scared. And here we have a cycle for 1. Looks like maybe in combat. Yeah, going to go ahead and try to block rattle chains.
Oh, Cody has Mystical Dispute. Got it. Okay. All right.
Carly has Dispute
That's
2 that we know about.
Oh, that's a big pickup for Cody there. That's a Field of Ruin. And that's a pretty nice removal spell for one of those Faceless Havens that might be a problem later in the game here.
Yeah, you called out definitely post-sweeper. The Faceless Havens can be a huge problem. Now, an onboard answer. Rattle chains on the stack. Fatal push in response.
Another rattle.
Third rattle chains in response. Wow. Yeah. That's got to be frustrating if you're Cody. You've been through 2 of these. Why do you have another one? Here is the Mystical Dispute from Cody. Take care of that. Whole stack's going to go ahead and resolve. Maybe we were fatal pushing the one with it on the stack. I thought that one was still on the stack.
Okay.
Looks like
that makes sense. That makes sense now. Hard to tell where these games are sometimes because of the way that Mono Blue is able to play at instant speed.
Yeah, there's both these decks looking to respond at very specific points in time, and that communication we are not privy to, but we can try to deduce it the best we can. Mausoleum Wanderer added to the mix. Is it time to start drawing cards with Spectral Sailor?
It's gotta be. It's gotta be pretty close to that time. Comes a Cling to Dust. Cody's gonna draw a fresh one.
If you look at how Carly can use her mana, right? She has kind of 2 paths she can take. She can either animate this Faceless Haven. Obviously, it's going to get tagged. The first one's going to get tagged, but you have a second one. You can either start trying to get damage in with Faceless Haven, or you can start drawing cards with Spectral Sailor. It all depends on if you're trying to push damage here or you're trying to compete, into the late game with card advantage. And it looks like based on Carly's posturing, we're looking to draw some cards. Extinction Event.
And Carly has this Mystical Dispute.
Whew. All right,
but
that's a pretty good one.
Cody has one. Oh, Cody has a Mystical Dispute in hand. Yeah.
That'll be good enough to tag the
thing is now
Mausoleum
there's
Wanderer.
this Mausoleum Wanderer.
Yeah, so respond with Dispute. You sack the Mausoleum Wanderer to hit the original Extinction Event, and that'll clear the stack, but there's still a Spectral Sailor, and both players really low on resources. This is really where Spectral Sailor shines, but we're going to go ahead and crunch in for 5 while the shields are down for Cody. Can't Field of Ruin quite yet.
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
Down to 7. Castle Lockdwayne and another land for
for
Cody. Lockdwayne hurts to activate here. Didn't get a great look at what Carly has.
Yeah, it's
very quickly firing up the Haven.
Yeah.
After attack's going to blow that up. Response 4th Rattle Chains in response to the Field of Ruin. That's incredible. 4th Rattle Chains is going to look incredible here. And now that Field of Ruin that was so crucial for Cody is completely ineffective, as here comes 5 more points of damage. Cody to Precarious 2, and a sweeper, not even an out for Cody anymore, as the Faceless Haven still represents the ability to kill Cody post-sweeper.
Yeah, this game, I mean, again, you see the power of those creature lands, and it's like what do you really do? So Carly Peterson going to pick up a W over Dimir Control. Mono Blue Spirits.
Yeah, what impressive
And like
navigation
typically
by
these Mono
Carly.
Blue Spirits, these flash
Ravishing.
style decks.
Yeah.
Yeah, typically these Spirit style decks have good matchups against the control decks. So not really too surprised that she picks it up, but really well navigated, and the Faceless Havens paid off, and it was just really good game to watch overall. Two decks that aren't in huge numbers today, but they look pretty good. They were both 2-0 at the time, so good for them.
Yeah, some
Very cool.
sweet new archetypes, and yeah, just impressive gameplay, a lot of stack manipulation, something we haven't seen as much of in the Pioneer format. A lot of Winota being, attacking. That's very much sorcery speed, and even the Phoenix deck with expressive iterations and the like, very sorcery speed as well. Nice to see a little bit of on the stack interaction, very a callback to some old Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, we saw quite a bit of creature combat and things like that too. So, pretty good. I really like the first match we watched was good too. A couple different decks. Andrew Wolthius able to like sneak out a game I thought was unwinnable from the first or
Yeah.
second turn. Sneaks it out. So it was really cool to watch both those matches. All right. Sounds like we're having a little bit of tech issues here, so we're going to take a brief break here. It looks like we're 3 minutes over time in the round. I just took a peek. So we'll be back here with more Pioneer action with me and Drake in just a few minutes.